Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. We will do the land acknowledgement. We're going to be going into camera, so after we come back from in camera, we'll do the land acknowledgement. We'll move down to item 3, addendums and corrections to the agenda.
There are none.
Okay. Disclosure of pecuniary interests under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interests? Okay, seeing none. The reason for moving into closed session is that the Council of Township of Central Wellington convene in closed session in accordance with Section 2392F of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to consider advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Do you have a mover for that? Do you have a mover? Yes, Councillor Jefferson, seconder that, Councillor Wilton. All those in favor? So move. So we'll now move into closed session and we should be back in about an hour's time. Okay, thank you everyone for waiting. We're just coming back from reconvene from closed session, so we're going to reconvene into open. There was no matters arising from the closed session. And right now we will start with a land acknowledgement, and we'll see how this goes. And we'll start with Lisa.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Today is National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, a day we gather to reflect on the enduring legacy of the residential school system and its profound impact on Indigenous communities across Canada. It is a day of remembrance, but also a day of listening, learning, and committing ourselves to meaningful action.
As we work toward reconciliation, it is essential that we remember that this is not a single day of reflection, but a continuous journey, one that requires all of us to confront our shared history with honesty and humility, and to walk together with respect, understanding, and a commitment to building stronger, more just relationships.
Before we proceed with our land acknowledgement, I invite everyone to pause for a moment to reflect on what reconciliation means to you personally, and how we can all contribute to a future where Indigenous communities thrive and where the truth is acknowledged with the dignity and respect it deserves.
I will now read the Council-approved land acknowledgement. We are meeting on lands that have been home to Indigenous nations since time immemorial. We acknowledge we are on the treaty lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, as well as the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee. With increasing encroachment by non-Indigenous settlers in the area now known as the Township of Centre Wellington, the Mississaugas could not continue their traditional lifestyle and retreated to villages along the Credit River, eventually settling into the Grand River Valley. The Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation uphold their treaty rights within our jurisdiction. Today, the Township of Centre Wellington remains home to Indigenous people from across Turtle Island. We are grateful to have the opportunity to share and respect Mother Earth and are committed to building constructive and cooperative relationships with Indigenous nations.
While words are powerful, they hold little meaning without action. It is with great respect and humility that I share some of the steps that the Township of Centre Wellington has intentionally prioritized to turn our words into meaningful actions. We have appointed the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee in 2023. We are collaborating with an Indigenous group to develop a policy regarding the use of Indigenous logos with Indigenous-themed logos in sporting facilities, ensuring cultural sensitivity and respect throughout the entire process. The municipality-run Fergus Grand Theatre intentionally prioritizes artists from communities that have historically faced systemic barriers, discrimination, and exclusion in presenting their series. Finally, we provide diversity, equity, and inclusion training to all staff, and we'll be adding an internal staff committee to champion DEI within our organization.
The path to reconciliation requires ongoing reflection, meaningful dialogue, and sustained action. We are committed to this journey and to working in partnership with Indigenous communities to create a future built on respect, equity, and shared understanding.
Thank you, Council. So now we'll move down to item 8, presentation and announcements. And I would like to ask Leo to come up and speak on behalf of First Nations concerning National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. Welcome, Leo.
Miigwech. Ingen Nandan Magabi Zion. Tikanonin Kashtange in Abmatung Dunji. My name is Leo Alican. I'm from Abmatung First Nations up in Northern Ontario, a remote community, Hawaiian community. I just wanted to start off with a gift of a flag for your. Do I give this to you?
show everyone? Yeah, okay, so why don't we stand here and then we'll, I don't know how we'll show it at home as well, but.
Backwards.
I'm just like, no.
Our school burnt down recently in January. These are the two items I got from my office when I left the school, and they came with me. And just looking for also for support and help for our school to rebuild and come back. So those are the two items I took from the school when I left 5 years ago. So those are things that I hope can help you with connecting with my community. This is a drum. I'll do an honor song for you and your council and everybody that's here before I say anything else. Miigwech. 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 Thank you. I just wanted to talk about educating truth and reconciliation. I've asked a few times already, how can we teach here? How can we teach? I've been here a few times with Dalton Associates, and they were asking me about truth and reconciliation, and that has to come with education, and that has to come on both sides. First Nations and who are not First Nations. Me saying that is me saying that the people that went through residential school, like my dad, took forever for him to forgive. And now I carry that. But before he passed, he said, we're all going to pass, and you're going to be carrying this truth and reconciliation. I have to forgive first, he said. So he forgave. He did his prayer and everything. And he's also asked me to forgive and teach that to my kids and my grandkids. And like I've said before to other people and agencies, you're doing the job that you guys are doing. It's us that's hurting. I have to bring out us to say sorry. It has to meet together. And if it doesn't meet together, it's not going to work. This truth and reconciliation is out. But that reconciliation, is pretty hard for our people to forgive. You'd have to be there and see and do what happened there. And my dad told me the story of what happened to him and all the stuff that he lost being in residential school. But he said, forgiveness is where it's going to be. It's got to be this thing that I put up on the screen here, the First Nation Challenge. As you can see, the eagle that's on gift I gave you, and the sun and the man screaming and the teepee where his home is at, we also have to play this part too of reconciliation. It can't be just one-sided. Our people have to do the same thing. And that's what my dad was teaching me, and he was talking about. So is my grandfather, because my grandfather also lost his sons and his daughters to residential school. And that was hard on him. And it was pretty strain on his family as he kept going to where the residential schools were to visit them. But every time he visited them, they would move them further and further and further and further, so that he couldn't see his kids. He couldn't see how they were doing. But that's another story that I have. But the only way I think this community can only understand is if you invite them. Like I've said before, you invite us and we teach you by starting with a powwow in your community. Let us teach you. Let us show you what it is. Because if you see who we are, then you'll understand how to help us, right? And how to connect and how to be together and how to work together with this truth and reconciliation. That's one thing that most communities don't get. That part is the educational part. And that educational part has to start with leadership. If it starts with leadership, then the people will follow, and the people will listen, and the people will understand. And I've always said this in my communities, leadership has to be the example. If they're the example, then the reason why they're sitting there is the people that put them there. If the people that put them there see that leadership stepping forward, then they'll move forward and they'll act and they'll support and they'll do all the things that need to be done. But I was talking this evening about, I've always wanted to host a powwow here. Like, even if there's 50 people or 10 people, I said 10 people, next year it's going to be 20 people, then 40, then 80. That's how I see things building. Slow, but progressive and fast. Not fast, but progressive and moving things forward. And I just believe that education is the most important thing in this truth and reconciliation, for the youth and the people that don't understand, that still don't see and say, how come you can't get over it? It's just, we just can't. You put it in us, but you want us to get over it. That's not fair. You put it in us, but you want us to get over it. But that's asking something that can be given so quickly and so fast. And I feel like that we need to educate, and the more education we do, the more that the understanding will come out. But I do a presentation, and this is what I call it, First Nation Challenge. It's to talk about all the stuff that's gone on and all the stuff that has gone from where I'm from. There's no clean drinking water up there. The education is the lowest, and medical is the lowest. We're the last in line for everything. As you go past Highway 17 and go north, where there's only fly-in communities, it's the last in line for everything. Gas is $3.50. Fruit is expensive. The healthy stuff is expensive. But the hardest thing we're dealing with right now is our school is gone. Our school is gone, and kids are not in school and they're not learning. So that's why I brought those things to you. Looking for help. I left my community to look for help, and I came down south trying to find help for my community. And who would listen when they would listen is all I need is people to hear me. And I think that's about 10 minutes is up. I was just looking at my wife, and she's supposed to go like this to me. But yes, that's all I wanted to share for now. And I am doing something else later on. But if you have any questions and if you want to learn about my presentations and stuff that I talk about during that presentation, I'd be more than glad to come and do one for you guys. Miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leo. And we definitely, I will extend a hand right now, and we'd love to have a powwow. I think that would be very important for our community and a healing part of the portion. So I would, we'll coordinate that for sure with you. So, but again, I'm going to open to council. If you have if you don't mind, maybe if there's any questions from council. Councillor Lisa, Councillor Lisa. We're all on first names here.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you so much for coming. I did learn something for sure. Where are you from? Where's your?
It's called Fort Hope, but its original name is Edmonton.
Is that near Moosonee?
No, you go down the river, out down the Albany River.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
right in the middle of Ontario.
Okay. I'll have to look it up. Thank you. And yeah, I welcome a powwow for sure.
Councillor Evoy.
Joining us here today. I am genuinely honored to have you standing in front of us. I was at Dalton when you were there. It's always a pleasure to see you. For Canadians to learn about the importance of this day as we commemorate and learn more about the history and the legacy of our First Nations people is not just important, it's essential for us to move on in a healthy way. So I appreciate that you were here, and I look forward to working with our mayor and staff as we move forward to host a powwow. Thank you.
Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Sean. Through you. With the pressing issue of the school, would you mind sharing with us and the collective just ways that we could show support if there's a streaming avenue for finances or something that we can get in touch with?
Contact the Education Authority in Edmonton. There's an Education Authority there. You just contact them and they'll lead you to where you can go and how you can help them.
Okay, thank you.
Like the whole school from grade 1 to 9, the whole. And when I left my community, that's what I grabbed from the school before I left. Was what I've given you guys. And I had some other stuff that I've given to other communities that have asked for help. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions from council? Well, thank you very much, Leo, for visiting our community and talking about a very important thing today. And we look forward to sharing more joy with you and also sorrow as well. So, thank you. Okay, we're going to Okay. We'll move down to item 8.2, and we're going to invite Karen from Habitat for Humanity, Guelph Wellington. And is she here? Not on Zoom or no? No. We'll come back. Yes, we'll do that then. Okay, so we're going to move down to 8.3 County Council Report, and we have Councillor Mary Lloyd, County Ward 5. Hello, Mary, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Waters. Nice to see you again. It's been a busy day. I wanted to keep my report short, so I'm only going to focus on 2 items that we discussed over this last County Council meeting. One that is particular interest, which is school safety zones. We have a number of schools that are on county roads, and currently there were only 6 of them that were designated as a heightened safety community safety zone on a county road. So now we are adding 8 more schools throughout the county onto this, which affects 2. So I'm kind of giving our residents a heads up. So when those things change, the fines for speeding through Ponsonby or past Maranatha School on Garifraxa Street, those fines will be increased. So we want to encourage you to drive safely through our school zone. So just giving our residents a heads up, those changes are coming. And with that comes higher ticketing fees if you get pulled over by the OPP. The other thing I wanted to mention is we had 2 road projects that were approved at our last meeting. The first one is the relining of a culvert at Salem Creek, and it is on County Road 18. So that road starts, and a lot of people will call it the Northfield Road or the Salem Road, and it weaves its way down through Center Wellington, and it's known by several names, i.e. Getty Street, Metcalfe Street, East Mill, St. Andrew Street, Tower Street, Bellside, and then it comes out on the other end of Fergus, where it's known as County Road 18 again. And we have 3 major projects that are going to be happening on that road that were approved. Again, a heads up, next year, there will be detours in place because Wellington County Road at 18 County Road and the sorry, gotta get the glasses now, at 26. So that is the lights that have been approved out at, kind of comes over from Bellwood into County Road 18, very near the edge of our road there. It is going to change to a roundabout. And then at Second Line and County Road 18, it is going to be a roundabout. And then lastly, County Road at 29, which is very close to Old Orangeville Road, that strip in there, it is going to have signalized lights. So it's going to be a very major road construction project. It's going to require quite a sizable detour, but it's going to help increase safety for our residents moving through that road, County Road 18. That project's about $4.7 million. And the culvert lining, I've been told that there will be one-way traffic for a period of time, but it won't be a full closure, and that was $636,000. So just wanted to give you an update on some big projects that are coming in 2025.
Thank you, Mary. Comments, questions from council? Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, thank you so much for the update. So the school safety zones, was the speeds changed or just a higher fine? Do you know?
Yes, to both.
Okay.
The speed levels will be reduced to 40 kilometers in front of schools, which is a significant reduction. They have been 50, but they're moving down into 40, which is appropriate for schools.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments, questions for Mary? Seeing none, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Okay, bye-bye. Okay. We're going to go down to councillors' committee updates. Any updates from councillors? Councillor Wilton.
Just a couple highlights from the latest meeting of the joint meeting with Groves Hospital, Palmerston, and Louise Marshall. Staffing remains quite a concern. I think they're doing very creative things between sharing information back and forth between the 3 hospitals. They're doing some interesting things with the ER departments, trying to share staff and ideas and resources. So that's great, but staffing does remain a concern. We've been fortunate here at Groves. We have not had ER closures, but Palmerston and Louise Marshall, or Louise Marshall at least, has, and that is a concern because if you go to the hospital, you actually have to call 911 from the parking lot and hope to get picked up and rerouted somewhere else. So I hope we can continue all of our efforts to help with staffing and recruitment in Center Wellington, and just hope that things improve there for hospital and staffing rates. So it's but yeah, great work being done by all the staff and board of directors there.
Thank you, Councillor Wilton. Anyone else from council who'd like to speak to committee? Okay. Oh, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, I had a very good QMS meeting last Thursday. Nothing alarming that I noticed. However, Karen, our support person, is going to share the minutes of the meeting with all the councillors, and then please reach out to me if you need something asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Any other comments, questions pertaining to committee work? Okay, so now we're going to move down to delegations, and I'd like to invite Randy Vane, a resident, to talk about short-term rentals in Centre Wellington. And welcome, Randy, and you have 10 minutes or less to provide us your insights. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Tonight I'm just going to read, so I hope I can do it in 10 minutes. All right, good evening, members of council. My name is Randy Vane. Tonight I'm here to give my thoughts on whether the township should regulate short-term rentals in Centre Wellington. Up front, I do believe that within CW, there is a very strong need for short-term accommodations in Centre Wellington. With the lack of adequate hotel accommodations in the area, I do support local B&Bs, being the business, bed and breakfast, but I do have concerns about the so-called Airbnbs or ghost hotels, especially when there's no owner present. I'd like to see if possible, if the economic development department, if they're not already doing it, if they could attract another hotel here, would be great. I've heard there are rumors that there is some looking here. It'd be great if we can get another one. Currently, I'm only aware of 3 places where we actually have regular accommodation: Elora Mill, Best Western Hotel in Fergus, and the Breadalbane Inn. Sorry, I pronounced that wrong. I know that some of you may ask, do I live beside or near any type of B&B? The answer is no. Or have I ever had a bad experience with a B&B in the past? Again, the answer would be no. In fact, I've stayed at many professionally run B&Bs across Canada and always had an excellent time with beautiful accommodations, delightful live-in on-site owners, and some of the most amazing homes I've ever had the pleasure of enjoying. I have to admit that I was surprised that regulations did not exist already in CW, as many towns and cities across Canada and the world have regulated STRs for years now with varied success. But for the most part, being regulated is better than not regulating them, so I do support it. I also want to differentiate my comments between bed and breakfast accommodations, also known as B&Bs, versus the Airbnbs. In regards to the question whether all B&Bs should be regulated, I say definitely yes. Should current B&Bs and Airbnbs be grandfathered or exempted from the new regulations? I don't think so. I think the regulations should apply equally and fairly to all B&Bs. As Airbnbs and professional B&Bs are businesses, they should also be treated that way, and their property should be designated as commercial, and the appropriate taxing should be levied against these properties. To be fair and ensure a level playing field, all B&Bs should have to meet the same fire and safety requirements as local hotels and motels. I feel that B&B owners are running a business and as such are generally very professional and are usually on site, have a vested interest in running their businesses with the intent of getting return and new customers. As such, they are less likely to attract large groups or partying groups. These types of accommodations, in my mind, are used mostly for overnight accommodations. As I said, I've used them in the past, and I've always found them wonderful. Unfortunately, Airbnbs have been described by some as being the Wild West of the accommodation industry, often with owners who do not live on site, do not police their guests, and some of these guests cause a lot of noise, parking issues, and grief for local residents. I have personally heard of 3 families that are considering moving from Centre Wellington due to bad experiences, with hosts who do not seem to be concerned when they have problem guests at their Airbnbs located within their neighborhood. Also, in preparation of this presentation, I did a lot of research on regulated Airbnbs specifically and found many common concerns. Hosts claiming to live in a home, have their driver's license changed to show a ghost hotel as their primary residence to get around the requirements to have an owner present. That is sorority students rented a home in London, Ontario, a city that does regulate STRs, bringing in busloads of students for applications and interviews to join the sorority. While the students were well behaved, the traffic and sheer numbers of people in and out of the house resulted in a great disruption to the neighborhood. The girls that were applying for the residency or join the sorority were bussed in, so they were bussed in large numbers at a time. The owner of the Airbnb/ghost hotel says he actually lives in the house. It's his main residence, but his wife and children live in a different house. That's a claim by many people who run these ghost hotels, that they live there and they don't. They just put their driver's license on that. He further claimed that he had no idea that there was going to be busloads of people coming in. The sorority group denied that and stated that the owner was told ahead of time. I'm aware that regulations are not foolproof, however, do protect the good hosts and they allow the town to manage the bad hosts. As I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, tourism is a growing business for CW, and with it comes the need for local, safe accommodations for our visitors. With a lack of suitable hotel spaces, the need for STRs is a necessary evil, as they say. Let's ensure the township, the visitors, and the hosts are protected with a timely, comprehensive, and fair regulatory system with access to adequate enforcement personnel when required to complete inspections, deal with concerns, and ensure the STRs are a viable option for CW. In closing, I'd like to say that I agree with that the point system is an excellent idea as long as we have the proper enforcement and systems in place to monitor and respond to the issues. As I've stated in the past, we need a proper bylaw enforcement team that not only works Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, but a team that is able to respond to concerns as they are happening. It is unreasonable to expect the OPP to enforce these rules. The OPP have made it clear they will not enforce parking regulations through ticketing, yet this is the only real way to keep order when it comes to parking. And on that particular point, I want to point out too, having been in law enforcement for a long time, I don't want to see a police officer wasting 10 seconds writing a ticket. That's not their job. They have more important things to do. We also need people that can respond when complaints are happening and not simply take a report later when the damage isn't done. In conclusion, for future initiatives, I would like to see a stronger attempt at including residents in the implementation and discussion of these new rules and policies. It's my understanding that for this issue, a team of staff members were the ones who were on the STR committee. Those are the names I recognize, so that's why I say that, and only received input from residents who were targeted through handouts at a few locations. Residents that I've spoken to were not aware of the online survey until myself and another resident took it upon ourselves at our own expense and our own time to distribute almost 3,000 handouts door to door. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Any questions of clarification for Randy? Seeing none, thank you, Randy. Thank you for your presentation. So now I'd like to ask Darcy Saunders to come and speak to the same topic. Welcome, Darcy. And you have 10 minutes.
I guess my approach is a little different than Randy. I guess I'm just going to give you more history, I think. Good evening, everyone. I'm Darcy Saunders. I'm here to share my personal experience with a short-term rental that was behind us and discuss concerns about the STR draft report. Our home was impacted by an Airbnb behind us. The property, which had a house for over 100 years, was demolished without a permit, then granted new permit, and rebuilt as an STR. It was never used as a residence until it was sold in 2024. While operating as an Airbnb, it disrupted our peace with loud parties, drunken behavior, vandalism, confrontation that made us feel unsafe. Multiple wedding parties took place weekly with excess noise, parking violations, and large groups of people coming and going, often late into the night. It turned our neighborhood into a noisy hub, infringing on our property and well-being. To give you a mental picture of a typical 2-day period, as we lived it, when it was used for a wedding, the day before a wedding, people would start to arrive. The amount of alcohol seen going into the house was excessive. Groups of many different sizes would come to the house to prepare and start celebrating for the occasion, often hosting large parties of 30 to 40 people, with many walking from other STRs in the area to join in. Between 11 to 2 a.m., the groups that joined in would start to leave. They dispersed by vehicle or walked back to other STRs or elsewhere. Numerous cars, excessive noise, and drunken disorderly behaviors would be the commonplace. The next morning, usually by 7 a.m., champagne is being popped open on the front porch, and the property turns into a salon with hairdressers and makeup artists, photographers, florists, sometimes caterers, more people coming and going in vehicles. Multiple vehicles and shuttles used our parking area on our property to load and offload people and deliveries. The boulevard was always full of overflow overflow parking from these events, making it difficult for local residents who normally use these spaces to find parking. This only adds to Center Wellington's parking issues. The bridal party leaves, often carrying alcohol with them to the shuttle bus across our property. Then other groups of people arrive carrying bags and use the house. And then they will leave dressed differently without their bags. Usually by 4 or 5 p.m., we get a few hours of peace before many would return for the after party. What I mean about many is that people would start coming back at midnight. Then as the morning progressed, more groups would come to join the after party at different times into the morning. Some small, 2 to 3 people, and then some as large as 17 at a time. Some were drunk to the point of yelling, arguing, and fighting before they entered the house. The party spilled outside of the house with more yelling, loud talking, and laughter, and others would use the porch to drink, smoke, urinate, and even vomit. The partying continued into the morning, 1 to 4 a.m., sometimes longer. During these early morning hours, some people who came to the party would be seen leaving and returning to other STRs. At 11 a.m., the rental period ends, and those people need to be out. The cleaning crew comes in, and 3 p.m., a new group arrives to start the entire process over again. The process repeated sometimes 3 times a week. For the most part, it was Wednesdays to Sunday. This relentless schedule disrupted our peace, turning our neighborhood into a revolving door of noise and commotion every couple of days. Because of the past ordeal and what limited controls I see presently in this draft report, I see no change to what can happen at one of these whole house unoccupied short-term accommodations. Even the 1 to 2 bedroom units can cause this grief. For example, you live beside an STR on a Thursday at 2 a.m., you're awoken out of a deep sleep by noise from a drunken party that continues. You try to contact the owner, but they don't answer the phone. So you end up calling the police. Now you're awake waiting for the police, who may or may not show up depending on the workload. You can either confront the renters or turn on noise machines and hope to get back to sleep without fearing for your property. The owner, who is 1,000 meters away or maybe only 100 meters away, is not woken by the disturbances at 2 a.m. and has a great sleep. You, on the other hand, haven't slept well since you were woken up, and now you need to get ready for work at 6 o'clock. Is this fair? How will this be controlled by this bylaw? How does the bylaw stop this from happening when no host is present on the property? The burden is on Center Wellington taxpayers because of the police calls, yet the owner of the STA makes profit. Concerning parking, it constantly infringes on our property rights. The STR property has parking for 2 vehicles, but renters would move furniture and other items to pack in 6 vehicles outside of the permitted parking area, plus overflowing onto our property, creating chaos. Despite contacting Airbnb, local officials, we received little support. Airbnb failed to address the ongoing issues, and on our property was even falsely listed without consent, causing further privacy violation. The constant disturbance forced us to install security cameras, repeatedly call the police. This ongoing ordeal took a toll on our mental health and quality of life. The current STR draft reports lack sufficient measures to prevent such problems. There's little control over absentee owners and no accountability for disturbances. Without stronger penalties and regulations, these situations continue to affect residents while STR owners profit at our expense. I urge you to create a robust rules that protect property owners and preserve the peace of our neighbors. I hope we can find a lasting solution for this. My wife, Rose, didn't want to be up here, so she asked me to read this letter on her behalf. We moved here in 2022 to be closer to our families. Our children grew up here and played sports, and I even coached some of their teams. We all volunteered, supported community events, and made lifelong friends. This town means so much to us. We were even married here 100 years ago. At first, we were thrilled to be near downtown, but that excitement quickly turned into dread. The small house behind us was torn down and replaced with a much larger one, which the owner turned into a short-term rental. We had no idea what we were in for. The house was advertised as a wedding venue from day one. You can't imagine the number of people, cars, and chaos it brought. There was parking for only 2 cars, but it often hosted large groups, weddings, bachelorette parties, you name it. Some guests were respectful, but more often it was party after party. We called the police countless times and spent hours trying to resolve things with Airbnb, but nothing changed. The township dismissed it as a neighbor dispute, and the owner told us to contact the police or bylaw. We just wanted peace to enjoy our property and to sleep at night without worrying about what might happen. Was that too much to ask? Balancing work with constant anxiety of not knowing who our next neighbors would be was exhausting. By Wednesday, I'd already be dragging the weekend, unsure if a family would be there or loud, reckless partiers. I worried for our safety when the crowds got too large. I feared the people leaving in the morning, still under the influence, would hurt someone. I'm not one for confrontation, but I tried. At first, I didn't mind asking someone to move their car, but when it kept happening, the frustration became overwhelming. For 2.5 years, we lived in this nightmare, and sadly, we found out many people had similar issues but didn't speak up. I understand why. In a small town, you figure judgment and being labeled. It felt like we were expected to deal with it or move. We had no support. You might think our situation was unique, but it's not. The problem with the whole house STRs is widespread. The idea that this could never happen in your neighborhood is naive. Without regulations, anything is possible. I don't believe STRs should be grandfathered. Capping them only increases their value while driving down the value of your surrounding homes. Every STR should be rooms. And what about the demerit system? Does it only apply to police getting involved? What about the smaller incidents that don't warrant a police call? Like when young girls who look underage park in your driveway and drop a bottle of alcohol in front of your 80-year-old mother on Thanksgiving. Or the time partiers turn on our outside taps to use our water. Or when a man smokes a cigar on your front porch and tosses the butt into a bin of dry leaves. I could go on. The police once asked if we wanted to press charges. We didn't. Would it have helped? I doubt it. It probably would have made things worse for us. I have no problem with STRs where the owners live on site, but whole house, unattended party houses, absolutely not. Can any of you honestly say you'd want to live next to one? We hope strong laws are put in place so no one must go through what we did and what we all can find a lasting solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Darcy, for sharing your story. Any questions for clarification from council? Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Darcy, for coming. I know this has been a long road for you. I do know with OPP, just from experience, as a counselor, I can't get in the business of their community safety, how they operate. But if they were asking you if you wanted to press charges and you didn't want to, I think that's the unfortunate part. And I do take that into consideration when we're looking at this potential bylaw tonight. So thank you for coming. I guess my question to you is, have things resolved now?
Well, yes, obviously they sold the property.
Right.
So the whole dynamic of the area has changed. Like, it was crazy how bad it was. Like, and it wasn't just us, it was the other neighbors too. The shuttle buses dropping people off, drunks walking on the street, in and out, carrying alcohol at 2 a.m, 3 a.m. It's crazy. I don't know where it's gone to. It's elsewhere now. I know of other people that are having problems now in their properties. So the issue didn't disappear. It's just elsewhere.
Okay. Any other comments or for clarification for Darcy? Well, thank you very much for your presentation, Darcy. Okay, we're going to move down to item 9.3. And who do we have there? Is it going to be Rohan? Oh, hi, Rohan. How are you?
Good, you?
So we're, Rowan is from Malone, Gibbon, Parsons, and we're going to talk about greenfield density intensification targets preferred scenario. So I'll leave it to you, Rowan, to lead us through that.
Yeah, that's correct. Can you hear me, first of all, before I start?
Yes.
Perfect, okay. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Rohan Servik, and I'm here representing Malone, Gibbon, Parsons, who are the planning consultant for Elora Sands Developments, Inc. Elora Sands owns the property located at 7581 Nickel Road 15 in the township, which is just east of Irvine Street and south of Nickel Road 15 in the community of Elora. Additionally, Elora Sands has been working closely with the landlord to the south at 6583 Irvine Street on a comprehensive conceptual development plan. So we're here today to provide comments, as you mentioned, on the recommendation report related to the greenfield density and intensification target preferred scenario, which is under consideration tonight. Our remarks specifically pertain to the Elora Sands lands and the adjacent property to that south. Elora Sands has been actively engaged in the growth management discussion at both the township and the county levels. Our previous submissions have addressed the county land use assessment and the various growth scenarios they've presented. Through this review, we have provided and continue to provide our support with the overall direction of the county's LNA, which recognizes the rapid population growth and the need for 238 hectares of additional community area land across the county to accommodate projected growth by 2051, which we do acknowledge has since been adjusted to reflect the changes to the South Fergus secondary plan. I do note that this analysis stated that approximately 70 hectares of that growth is allocated to the Elora community and the county LNA. While the township has provided new growth scenarios with higher intensification and density targets, we do believe that these higher targets, especially the 52 residents and jobs per hectare, are unrealistic. While individual areas may achieve this target, as demonstrated in South Fergus, the data does show that the township has only achieved 41 residents and jobs per hectare historically. And raising these targets creates a risk of shortage of housing and puts the township at risk of not having a sufficient land supply to provide a market-based housing mix. We're further concerned that this change in assumption at the township level has been done in isolation without analyzing the broader context to ensure that both the township and the county land needs assessment are consistent with each other and still represents good planning. As such, we continue to believe that the township should rely on Watson's original analysis as part of the county's land needs assessment. This original growth scenario ensures a sufficient land supply for a balanced and market-based supply of housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rowan. And any questions for clarification from council? Well, thank you very much for your presentation, Rowan, and we'll obviously take your comments and your report to heart. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
At this point, I'd like item 9.4, and we invite Rob Stovall from RSR Inc. Again to speak to greenfield density and intensification targets preferred scenario. Welcome, Rob.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, thanks for allowing me to come here. I don't think I'll take 10 minutes. So I'm the owner, president of RSR Inc. We're a small company, local company. We're trying to get our roots into the ground regarding local development. We've tried a few projects in the area, and we're working with staff to try to start building. I can tell you that it's much more expensive to do infill development than I was thinking, and we would really appreciate the opportunity to do development. We have a property we have an interest in at 996 Scotland Street. It's just to the south of the high school in Fergus. and it's east of the South Fergus secondary plan area. The property is 106 acres in size, although we didn't ask for 106 acres to be included. We only thought a portion of it would be, and we recently submitted clarification township to staff to indicate that for us to get going, 12 acres is what we're looking at. So that represents 3.8% of the growth for Center Wellington for the urban boundary areas expansion. And that's on the new numbers, not the ones from the county. We recognize that it's a difficult position for the township to be in because there's a lot of companies out there vying for important lands. Not everyone's going to be happy at the end of the day when you make your decision. We understand that. We hope that you'll take into consideration the fact that we are local, we hire local trades. We're 3 generations deep into the township. I don't think we'll have a 4th one coming online soon. Probably another, well, hopefully 20 years. But anyway, we'll see how it goes. You can never really predict these things. Our goal is to try to provide near affordable housing. And we've got a bunch of different plans, ideas that we want to work through, but we need the land to get started. And to be frank, I think that to some a small part of the area, if you could give us a chance to get started on it, we'd be much appreciated. And basically all the work that we would do will go back into the community. As I said, we hire local, and we're a local company, and we want to contribute to the community. So I really can't add too much in terms of the number analysis that the different economists or planners are bouncing around. We do know that you need to have some land to be able to build a good-looking development. We've had issues with trying to jam things in too tight. And again, to be able to have a property to be able to work with and do our designs, it would be much appreciated. And I think it would be, if it's more economical for us and the builder, then it's going to be more economical for the people that are trying to buy these houses too. So I'd appreciate your consideration. I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Yes, for clarification, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. So you own the 106 acres and you want to start with 12?
We have an interest in 106 and we want to start with 12. Yeah. Yeah, it's at the northern limits of our property. It's about maybe 350 meters south of the high school, but right across from where the South Fergus secondary plan area is. And there's another local builder immediately to the north of us too. So we thought that it would be good to integrate the two. We don't want to ask for a lot. We just need something to get going with. So.
Any other comments or clarification? Okay. Thank you, Rob, for your presentation. Now we'll move down to 9.5 and Janet Harrop, Wellington Federation of Agriculture, to speak to this greenfield density intensification target preferred scenario. Welcome, Janet. I heard you were milking cows.
I was milking cows, so I thought I was going to not have time to get here, but I was able to start a bit early. So my 122 cows are milked, so I was able to get here. So thank you. Through Council and Mayor, I'm glad to be here and to present on behalf of the Wellington Federation of Agriculture. And because there's a lot of stats that I included in this presentation, I opted to do PowerPoint. Sorry, I didn't get it circulated sooner, but it will be part of the minutes. So next slide. With this picture, and this is a picture of my father-in-law when he was in his 30s, Sam Harrop, who many of you would have known. And the picture, of course, is important because you can see in the background a tower that is the CN rail line that goes through Milton. That was where their farm was, right off Steeles Avenue. You can see the piece of equipment, but the most important part is if you look at the soil that has been tilled, it is just clumps of red clay. So when they were deciding where to move to, they brought out a soils map. The urban area was encroaching on them. They brought out a soils map. They looked at that soils map of all of Ontario, and they picked Centre Wellington to move to because of the soil. So I bring that up because I like making an anecdote of a personal story, because soil is and always will be more than mere earth beneath our feet. It's the lifeblood of our nation's growth, sustenance, and property, and the foundational asset that farms use to run their businesses. Next slide. So a few stats of agriculture in Centre Wellington. From the 2021 stats, we have 363 farms, which is a 6.1% increase. And we did see several areas in Ontario and Wellington County to decrease. So we're the third largest in the county behind Mapleton and Wellington North. Covers 664,226 acres. And I did put hectares in there because a lot of the calculations are based on hectares. I don't talk hectares, but the total operating revenue for Centre Wellington, 1.6 million, which was a 30% increase from the previous stats, which shows the agribusiness and the increase in agriculture in this community. 1,790 agribusinesses were also located in Centre Wellington, the largest in Wellington County when you take the city of Guelph out of the picture. Next slide. So farmland is a limited resource, and that's important because only 7.3% of all the land in Canada is farmland, and only 0.5% of Canada's total land base comprises of Class 1 land. So only half of 1% is Class 1 land. And 81% of the soils in Wellington County are classified prime ag land, which accounts for 3% of Ontario's total prime agricultural land. Prime agricultural land comprises of classes 1 to 3 land, and all the farmland in Centre Wellington is classified as prime, which is an important part. There are parts of Wellington that are not considered prime, but all of Wellington, Centre Wellington, is classified as prime farmland. Next slide. So over 52% of Canada's prime soils are in Ontario. And over the past 20 years, we've lost farmland to the equivalent of the size of Greater Toronto. So roughly the entire size, so over 1.7 million acres. And since 2000, we were losing 238 acres of farmland a day. And now that has increased over the last 5 years to 319 acres a day. So if we continue at 319 acres of farmland loss a day in the planning umbrella of what we're looking at for growth in Centre Wellington, by 2051, there'll be half of the farmland in Ontario that there is today. Next slide. So farmland preservation is the main priority of the Wellington Federation of Agriculture. So because of that, the scenarios that were presented, scenario 4 preserves the most amount of farmland. So of course is our preferred option. The 30% intensification rate through additional dwelling units, new development, site approvals, and infill is attainable. 55 jobs and people per hectare creates a walkable, cyclable community that Centre Wellington is well on their way to already achieving. So we'd like to recognize the work done by Wellington County and Centre Wellington in supporting farmland preservation by recognizing farmland as an economic and an environmental sustainable driver. On my drive here, I was listening to floods in Montreal and flood risks, and farmland and resilient soil that's able to absorb water is the number one way of preventing flooding. And we'd also like to commend the increased intensification rate from the very conservative rate of 15% that the county was recommending. Next slide. So that's the end of my presentation. It was important for agriculture to have comment. I do have contact information there for the Federation itself as well as myself, and bringing it down to that fundamental foundational asset of the soil. And we take it for granted because it's all around us. But if you look provincially and nationally, you can see the gem that we have in the ability the ability that we have and the climate that we have in our own little ecosystem here in Center Wellington to be able to provide food and businesses that can continue to grow and provide dollars back to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Comments, questions for clarification for Janet? Councillor McDonald.
Through Mayor Waters, what was the percentage you were asking for, or the recommendation?
We were looking at the recommendation number 4. I know that your recommendation in the report was 3, but because 4 preserves the most amount of farmland, that was the one that the Federation would like to see move forward.
Thank you. That's it. That's great.
Any other? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, Janet. And okay. Now we'll move down to item 10, consent items. Consent agenda items are considered routine in nature and unvoted on collectively. However, any member of council may request one or more items to be removed from the consent agenda item or agenda for a separate discussion and or action. So I'll read the recommendation. The Council of Township of Centre Wellington approve consent agenda items 10.1 through to 10.4. So do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Any comments or questions as it relates to any of those items? Yes, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just wanted to say thank you to the staff. You guys have done a lot of work in trying to attract the youth and start participating in our committees. And I just want to congratulate all the youth that have put their name forward, those successful, and hopefully there was no successful. Hopefully we found room for everyone. But so yeah, just a big congratulations to everyone.
I also will echo the same as Councillor Adams there. I do know some of our youth are university students, and they're able to Zoom into the meetings. And I really appreciate the accommodation that we're providing to attract them, and maybe that was why they applied too. So thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Okay. So now we'll move down to item number 11, consideration of reports. 11.1, audit financial statements so we have Matthew here. Hello, Matthew.
Hello, how are you today?
Okay, very good. So I'll turn it over to you, Matthew.
I think Mark or Adam might speak for a moment first.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Waters. And through you, as you no doubt have witnessed, we've got Matthew Beddick here joining us remotely. He's going to review the audit findings report from KPMG. After that, I will provide council with a brief update on PS 3280, a new accounting standard on asset retirement obligations. Then I will turn it over to Deputy Treasurer Mark Brady to detail some of the key items of note in our financial statements. And at that point, would be happy to field any questions the council may have. So without further ado, I'll just turn it back to Matthew to review the audit findings report.
Thanks, Adam. So I've shared our presentation on the screen here, and I'll take a few minutes to go through it. Thank you for allowing me to join remotely without getting too much detail. I've had a bit of a health issue the last little bit, and I'm couldn't be there in person. So I'll walk right through it fairly quickly, recognizing that it was in the materials before, and council has had a chance to go through it a little bit in advance, and then we'll be available for questions at the following. So I'll move to our status. And as of today, and as of the time that we completed this report, we are in a position to complete our audit and issue our auditor's report thereon in final form. It's a clean audit opinion, so no qualifications or modifications, which is what you would expect. It just needs the approval from council and some other communications between ourselves and staff, which we'll endeavor to complete within the next couple of days and then have those ready. We are required under audit standards to discuss materiality in the audit, and materiality both serves the base point for which we scope our testing. So it tells us how many items within the financial records we need to test. Plus, it gives us a framework for evaluating if there are any uncorrected amounts in those financial statements and whether or not we can still give a clean audit opinion. We set materiality for a municipality in Ontario, usually based on total revenue, and we've set it at about $1 million, which is about 2% of of the current year revenue. That number of $1 million, often people say, well, that's a really big number. But I would say if we were to look at your total revenues or total expenses and say, were those higher or lower by an amount of around $1 million, would somebody be looking at your financial statements, come to a different conclusion about, the size and scope and operations of the township? And I think when we frame it that way, it makes a little bit more sense. Clearly, we do look at things in much smaller denominations than that. And clearly, we do expect management and staff to manage the accounts and institute controls to ensure that it's even much more granular than that. We are also required under audit standards to consider the risk that there may be overriding of internal controls in order to post fictitious or nefarious amounts to the financial statements. And we refer to this as a fraud risk. And this is a risk that really comes from inside. What is the risk that, management may try to do something intentional to misstate those financial statements? This is not unique to the Township of Centre Wellington. It's required for all audits in Canada. We do have identified a handful of responses to that risk. And in our testing, I'm happy to say we found no issues or concerns whatsoever. The next several slides go through in a little bit more detail some of the major areas of focus during the course of our financial statement audit. The first being the new accounting standard for asset retirement obligations, which Adam will touch on a little bit more thoroughly. From the audit perspective, we're concerned with making sure that the amounts initially recorded are accurate. We note that the township did use an outside consulting firm to assist them with this, and we've reviewed that report and we're comfortable with the conclusions. We also ensured that the financial statement disclosures and the way the amount was recorded initially was in accordance with the standards, so all good there. There's also a new standard for the accounting for financial instruments, did not have a significant impact. We also like to look at obligatory reserve funds and deferred revenue. And in other words, this is the accounting for development charges primarily. And I will remind council that development charges, as they're recorded in the financial statements, are shown up as revenue or inflows to the township, not when they're received, but when the money that they were received for is eventually spent. So this is typically capital additions that are related to the development for which the development charges were collected. We look at this because there's now a mismatch between collection of payments and recognition of revenue in the financial statements. We performed sampling around both the inflows and the recognition of that and found no errors whatsoever. For tangible capital assets, your largest amount on the balance sheet or on the statement of financial position, we're looking at both the inflows, so the additions to capital for the year. We're looking at the depreciation expense that's recorded to make sure that's in line with the standards, as well as to the extent that there are any items that should have been capital but were not, and make sure those were recorded properly. No issues or concerns. Post-employment benefits, these are health and dental benefits that are provided to early retirees. So certain members of the township staff are eligible for these benefits, health and dental benefits, if they early retire. up to the point where they reach age 65, and then they're collecting their owner's pension post 65. The township again uses a third-party consultant to assist with this. This is Nexus Actuarial Consultants. We've reviewed the report and are happy with the conclusions that were reached. I did mention a little bit before about using materiality to assess any uncorrected amounts of the financial statements. We're happy to report on this slide, despite all the stuff going on, there were no uncorrected amounts that we identified. Furthermore, I'm happy to say there were no amounts that we identified throughout the audit that required correction. So, if I can put this more in plain language, that means the books and records that we received did not have to be adjusted to make the financial statements that you're seeing today. And this is a very good thing. This also gives council a greater amount of confidence in information that they will be receiving throughout the year as well. Even though it's not subject to audit at that time, the information is coming from the same system. And so we appreciate that. Furthermore, in terms of control deficiencies, we did not identify any significant control deficiencies. Again, this is a very good thing. So as I'll wrap up our presentation, the rest are fairly perfunctory reports. Here we have our report on independence, and we outline the work that we do for the municipality as well as several related entities and the fees that were charged, and confirm we do remain independent in our role. So finally, as I wrap, I'll go back to the front of the slide and actually stop sharing. I did mention a couple of things. So we have a clean audit opinion, we have no uncorrected amounts, and we have no significant control deficiencies. If there are 3 takeaways that I think council should take from my presentation, it would be those things. And lastly, I want to thank Mark and the rest of his team, Adam as well, for the cooperation that we received throughout our work. We certainly couldn't have done that without them, and we appreciate that very much. So I'll hand it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Matthew, for your presentation. Comments, questions from council for Matthew? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Matthew, just a comment. Thank you. All great news, and just the staff, it's all great news, and just always good to have these checks, balances, and everything in place, and great work.
Any other comments, questions from council? Thank you very much for your time, Matthew. And again, thank you for all your work. And I know it's a lot of effort on your part and staff. I'd like to appreciate staff's involvement as well. And this is our takeaways as a good news. So thank you again for your time this evening.
You're welcome. I'll stay through to Mark's presentation, and then I'll check off.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks again, Mayor Waters. You'll note in the council report, there's a resolution stemming from it that requests council authorize the mayor and clerk to sign a bylaw approving the draft asset retirement obligations policy for the township. ARO is also now affectionately referred to, or asset retirement obligations is affectionately referred to as ARO. The policy formalizes the township's current and future applications of PS 3280 and is recommended to ensure consistent treatment of current and future AROs. For context, AROs are legal obligations associated with retirement of tangible capital assets, and typically these are associated with the decommissioning or dismantling of an asset that was acquired or constructed or developed, remediation of contamination of an asset created through its normal use, post-retirement activities such as monitoring, or constructing other assets to perform post-retirement activities such as groundwater monitoring and other things of that nature. So through the ARO review exercise, 116 township assets have been identified as having an asset retirement obligation. These are documented in the attachment to the report and largely pertain to facilities containing designated substances that require some form of remediation, fuel systems, or stormwater ponds that need to be decommissioned, or HVAC systems that contain Freon, which will have to be appropriately addressed prior to their disposal. The draft policy is largely in a format that has been widely accepted by the Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario and member municipalities, then tailored towards the township's needs. And absent any questions, I'll turn it over to Mark to review in detail some of the key items of note in our financial statements.
All right, thank you, Adam. So I think Adam is going to share his screen and have the statements on the monitor. So if you want to go to the audit report, which is page 88 in the agenda. So all I'll say about the audit report is it's basically this page and the next two. It's a clean audit report, as Matt Betic referred to, which means there's no material issues found. So if you want to go ahead a few pages to the statement of financial position. There we go. So the statement of financial position, this essentially breaks down the accounts between financial assets, which is what the township owns at December 31st, 2023, financial liabilities, what the township owed at December 31st, and non-financial assets, which are those assets that are held for provision of future services. The main item that's under non-financial assets is the tangible capital assets of the township, which totaled about 270 million. So the total financial assets at December 31st, about 111 million. Total financial liabilities are about 76 million. And I mentioned what the non-financial asset balance was, about 271 million. One thing I'll just point out here that explains a number of variances in these balances for 2023 is that there was significant construction in the year. I believe the township acquired about 34 million in assets, tangible capital assets. So that had an impact on increasing the accounts payable and accrued liability balance at the end of the year. Obviously, the tangible capital asset balance went up quite a bit, and the accounts receivable balance at year end went up quite a bit as well, as there was a grant receivable on the work that was done at the JACC. Obviously, we had to pay for this. That explains why the cash and short-term investment balances are down. So if we go to the next page, the statement of operations. Statement of operations essentially just breaks down the operation of the year between revenues and expenses. So total revenues for fiscal 2023 were about 62 million. Total expenses were about 44 million. You subtract expenses from revenues, you get annual surplus of 18 million. Now, do not confuse this surplus number with the operating surplus number that was talked about and reported on back in April, which was about 1.7 million. There's a lot of adjustments and non-cash items and so forth that go into creating these audited financial statements. There's kind of two different purposes. The operating surplus we reported on before, that's through the budget process. It's basically the budget's done to determine the tax rate. These statements are done. We take the capital fund, the operating fund, we basically consolidate them together. And the purpose of these financial statements is to fulfill regulatory and PSAB requirements. Next page, which is the statement of changes in net financial assets. So this statement provides additional information related to the non-financial assets of the township. It shows the acquisition of TCAs, or tangible capital assets, which I mentioned earlier were about 34 million, and usage of capital assets through amortization or depreciation expense, which totals 9.8 million. All right, next page. Statement of cash flows. The statement reports the uses and sources of cash for the year. So it essentially breaks down the activities between operating activities, capital activities, investing, and finance activities. And the last, or the remainder of the financial statement package, essentially they're the notes to the financial statements. So notes just provide more details on the accounting policies used to derive the financial statements and additional disclosures on certain items in the financial statements. So as you may have noticed, there are references to notes. You'll find the notes in the remainder of this package. Any questions?
Thank you, Mark. Questions, comments for either Mark, Adam, or Matthew? Councillor Walton.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Waters. And I have no idea what page we're on. If we're on, my app says 37 out of 70. So the title of the page is Attachment B, year ended December 31st, consolidated statement of operations. Yes. Just in the, you scroll down and the category expenses, there's the general government protection, blah, 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 transportation services. I'm just curious if you can expand a little bit more. Like if I'm looking at our upcoming budget book and documents, how does this relate to the budget that we'll be looking at? And how, so for example, transportation services, the budget was 7 million and change, but the actual is 12 million. So I'm just kind of curious what, if you can kind of provide more context around that. Thank you.
Certainly, through you, Mayor Waters. That's a very good question. I should have probably pointed this out before. The budget is taken from our budget that we do. The main difference between the budget and the actuals is the amortization expense. So we do not budget for or depreciation expense. You might be more familiar with that term. So I mentioned that depreciation expense was about 9.8 million. The difference between the total budget and the total actual for 2023 is 9.9 million. So if we were allowed to put in depreciation in that budget column, they'd be pretty close total wise. If you need a further breakdown of what makes up the expenses and revenues, there's a note at the back, segmented operations, which is note 21, that provides a little more detail as well. Yeah, it's page 117 in the package, page 31 of the financial statements. So that's actually where you can find the amortization expense.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you. Actually, just looking at this, your asset categories there for like the expenses, a lot of times those can align nicely with like our departments and sometimes it's not. So I'm just wondering for everybody's value, if you could just give like some of them are pretty explanatory, like transportation services. Obviously, those are our roads and our bridges and everything. But if you could just give like maybe just like a high level description of like what may be included in there. Like I'm assuming protections to persons and properties is fire, but it doesn't include anything more, anything less.
Certainly, through you, Mayor Waters. So general government is, for the most part, will be CAO, finance, clerks, IT, probably missed a few, but those would be some of the main ones. So human resources would be another one. Protections of person and property. The main thing in there actually is the building department. I guess so there's building and fire are the two big ones in there, but there's some smaller things in there as well. Bylaw would actually fall under there as well. Transportation, yes, mainly public works. Environmentals, water, wastewater. Health is, for the most part, that's actually the cemeteries. So these categories, every municipality will follow these categories. They're actually the FIR categories. So the financial information return, which is actually the big report that the municipality has to file with the government. Social and family services, top of my head, the biggest part of there would be the senior center, but there's some other stuff in there too that I'm missing off the top of my head. Rec and culture is going to be the theater and parks and recreation, sorry. Planning and development obviously is planning, but economic development is in there, and I believe tourism is also lumped in with that as well. Okay.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I found the other spot. It's in the surplus and reserves set aside by council. It's on page 59 out of 70 of my document.
If you get a page number at the bottom of the page, that would be embedded in the document.
28.
28. Okay.
Yes. There we go.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I was just curious. I was looking at all the reserves set aside by council for, and I have a list of different reserves. And I just note that the capital works for Parks and Recreation is quite low. It's the lowest reserve that we have set aside. And I'm just curious why it's so low maybe, but also what steps could council take to actually increase? We're going to have a lot of, we have a big study going on right now for Parks and Recreation, and hopefully, we already have the new property, so we'll hopefully be making some new investments there. So how can we actually, like $25,000 isn't going to do much. Am I looking at that incorrectly, or is there some way we can augment that reserve?
You're reading that correctly. So that would be a reserve that's specific to Parks and Recreation. Doesn't mean some of these other ones can't be used for it, like the Capital Works other. I can't remember what all gets grouped in here because we have so many reserves and they get broken down. But the replacement of equipment would have some Parks and Recreation money in there, obviously, as well, because that's where all of our facility equipment replacement goes. Our reserves for vehicles and our reserves for just regular equipment. Okay, and it's 6.1 million. And then that other amount of 5.7 million, I believe the general capital reserves lumped in with that, as well as many other reserves. So those funds can be used for Parks and Recreation as well. I wish I could remember off the top of my head what that reserve is. It's 25 million, but
Great, thank you. And just underneath that section, there's the reserve funds set aside for specific purposes by council, and there's Capital Works Other, Capital Works Social Services, and Capital Works Roads. I was curious what the social services one would be, because
that is the seniors reserve. So they have a reserve, and it gets used. I think the last time we used a major portion of it was when they did the expansion, almost a decade ago now, I guess. But yeah.
Any other? Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, you mean the expansion of the senior center?
Yes. What did I say? Sorry.
Yeah. And the general purposes. Oh, and what is that? Sorry, on the same page, 28. I think Councillor Wilton did mention general purposes, but I'm just looking for clarification. Surplus. It's right under invested tangible capital assets. General purposes.
Oh, the general purposes. Essentially, that really is just the balancing number in all of this is what that is. Because each of these items, you can tie it into something on the balance sheet. Okay. So the invested in tangible capital assets, that number is basically the TCA numbers on the statement of financial position, the unfunded asset retirement obligations, same thing. It comes right from there. The two investment amounts come right off of the balance sheet, as do the WSIB, the long-term liability balance, and the post-employment benefits. So it's essentially the remainder of everything else on the balance sheet.
And a follow-up, Mayor Waters, through you. I also noted post-employment benefits. So I'm all for, if someone has worked that hard and can retire early, and that we would supplement the benefits to 65. Do they also get to carry them over after 65?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
It would end at 65.
That's not nice. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions from council pertaining to this? Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I will read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize the mayor and clerk to sign a bylaw to approve the draft asset retirement obligations ARO policy, and that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approve December 31st, 2023 audited draft consolidated financial statements as presented by KPMG LLP Chartered Professional Accountants. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton. Seconder on that, Councillor Adams. Any further comments or questions? Yes.
Thank you, through you. Sorry, I thought we had another point there, but just a comment. I think it's good seeing these policies come through to be approved. That's what our role is here as council. It helps set the criteria and controls for staff. And I'm just kind of wondering, my one question was, our other big job is to approve the budget and financial statements. So my one question is, when I know we provide quarterly financial statement kind of updates on our operating and capital. When is the best practice move from kind of providing quarterly to monthly statements? And then my other kind of question was, when we do see those quarterlies updates, they come through on the consent agenda as just receiving for information. And I was just curious whether there should be again, just kind of more of a best practice. Is that it just kind of, are we receiving them or is that something maybe we should be approving at the time as opposed to receiving?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. The delineation between quarterly and monthly, given the seasonality of the business of operating a township, I think seeing those monthly, just given the size of the municipality, it may not be as telling as perhaps the quarterly reports are, just in terms of defining what some of those quarterly implications would be and how we're tracking towards budget. So that would be my response to that. In terms of the quarterly reports, in terms of receiving them for information, as Matt had alluded to, they're not audited and are just being presented as informational purposes and are not necessarily subject to council endorsement or approval at that point. So they're just being forwarded for information.
Any other further questions or comments? Okay, I'll put that to a vote. All those in favor? So moved. Okay, we'll move down to item 11.2, Greenfield Density Intensification Target Preferred Scenario, and a report from Brett Semin.
Thank you. We have Jamie Cook from Watson & Associates here to do a presentation, and then I'll make my remarks after that. Thank you.
Welcome, Jamie.
Thank you, Brett. Good evening, Mayor Waters, members of council and staff. It's a pleasure to be able to be back here to present to you the findings of our revised land use scenarios for Center Wellington. If we go to the first slide. Oh, sorry, I'll do the clicking, I guess. Whoops. So just to start off, so the purpose of this work was to prepare a assessment of the land needs for the municipality out to the year 2051. We're looking at the quantum of land here in this study, so we're not getting into the details of the location options for expansion, but just looking at this time still at the quantum of growth. And we're primarily focusing on the community area, which is really the living area, not the employment area where ultimately industrial jobs will be located. So there is some discussion about that in the report, but the focus is primarily on the community area. We've developed 4 scenarios in total, and we've revised our recommended scenario that we're going to be speaking to tonight. We're building on the work that was prepared as part of the Wellington County Municipal Comprehensive Review study. That study was done in 2022. Phases 1 and 2 of that work were completed by our firm. I undertook and led that analysis. So we are building on that work, and we are refining and getting more granular at this level with Center Wellington. And ultimately, we're again recommending a preferred scenario to be the basis and form the basis for local planning, phasing, and servicing plans. So just to start us off in terms of the base scenario that we were working with from the Wellington County Municipal Comprehensive Review, that study identified a total land need of 238 hectares for community area, 160 hectares for employment area, for a total of 398 hectares for Center Wellington. That was based on an average greenfield density of 47 people and jobs per hectare and an intensification target of 20% for Center Wellington. So this is our starting place. So I want to just take a moment to talk about the intensification and greenfield density targets that were the framework for the work carried out as part of the MCR, as well as for this study here. So it's important to recognize that the work that was carried out under the framework of the growth plan, the 2019 and ultimately consolidated 2020 growth plan, and the 2020 PPS. And in that growth plan, it identified that all municipalities, it had identified 2 targets for intensification and density, and Center Wellington fell into the municipalities that were identified an overall target of 40 people and jobs per hectare, and an intensification target to be no less than what was already identified within the current official plans of those municipalities. So we took a look at this, and I want to just start off by noting, and we noted this last time, that when we look at these 2 targets, the bar was set, in my opinion, fairly low when it comes to density. So back in 2017, they removed employment areas out of that density calculation. Densities are very low in industrial areas. So when you're just looking at residential, it's much easier to achieve a higher density when you remove those industrial lands. So we've always felt that the densities were pretty modest in terms of where those targets were set. And as a result of that, we recommended a target being higher than 40 for the county, as well as for Center Wellington at 47 people and jobs per hectare. For intensification, the bar was set relatively high, in my opinion. And it's more challenging. We found it being more challenging for municipalities in more mid-sized, smaller communities, particularly those in the outer ring where you have smaller urban centers, you have less market potential for intensification. You may not have the amenities like transit, for example, to support a lot of intensification. So we found, looking across most of the municipalities in the outer ring area, that achieving the density targets that were identified in the official plans was challenging. So in several cases, we did recommend alternative intensification targets, and I worked on many of those MCRs across the Greater Golden Horseshoe. So for the purposes of the county's MCR, we identified an intensification target of 15%, which was an alternative target, lower than the current policy of 20%. But for Center Wellington, we did identify a higher target of 20% in the MCR. And the map just shows you what those geographic boundaries are for intensification and the greenfield areas. So back in when the growth plan was created back in 2006, it identified all the areas that were built as of that time, as 2006 being the built up area. And those are the areas that you're seeing there in the dark purple on the maps within Elora Salem and Fergus. So those are the areas that represent our intensification areas where the targets would apply. And then the light purple areas, these represent all the areas that are within the urban boundary of each of the urban centers, but are not part of the built-up area, but rather the designated greenfield area, which is now being called the designated growth area in the 2024 PPS. So just to give you a bit of background now, as of October 20th, the growth plan will no longer be in effect, but municipalities are still required to set intensification targets. So these targets, in our opinion, they're still relevant and they're still important. So as part of our update, we took a look at some of the recent work that was being carried out under the South Fergus Secondary Plan. One of the things that we had noted was that there was no longer any employment area being identified in this area. So the 34 hectares that were identified previously have been relooked at and have been identified as community area. So that means now we have 34 hectares of more community area land within the existing urban boundary. So we need 34 hectares less of additional growth. So our number for greenfield expansion went down in the base case from 238 to 204, but we now have 34 hectares less of employment area because it's no longer being designated in the South Fergus Secondary Plan area. So now we need 34 hectares of additional employment area to find outside of the urban boundary. So now we go from 160 to 194 hectares of need. The other thing we found was that the densities within the South Fergus Secondary Plan were coming in higher than what we had initially anticipated in the MCR. So that gave us some further details and trends to look at with respect to what we could expect in the proposed expansion areas for Center Wellington. So we did look at higher densities based on that as part of our analysis. So this just gives you a breakdown of the densities within what are now being called the designated growth areas across the areas that are developed and designated, areas that are draft approved or registered that are in the development approvals process, as well as the South Fergus Secondary Plan area. So you can see the densities are going up. We're seeing higher densities over time. And we're generally seeing densities higher because we're seeing higher densities within each of the specific development types. So higher density single and semi-detached units, higher density townhomes, higher density apartments, but we're also seeing a shift towards more medium and high density development. So the weighting of the development shifts gradually towards more medium and high density development. We're seeing the densities overall going up because those development types typically have higher densities relative to the low density development. So the blended average here you can see is 50 people and jobs per hectare on what we know today. So with respect to the scenarios, we carried out 4 scenarios. The first being the base case scenario that I mentioned, which was the MCR. From there, we went to a moderate increase in the intensification target, but we held and also increased the greenfield density target. So we increased the intensification target to 25. and the people and job density target from 47 to 50. In scenario 3, we kept the overall intensification target consistent at 20%, recognizing that that bar has been set quite high, and increasing beyond 20% is likely going to be a challenge. But we did further increase the greenfield density target from 50 to 52, recognizing that we're seeing higher densities out there in some of the newer developments that we looked at. We went through some visuals last fall looking at densities across Fergus and Elora, as well as in other comparable locations across Southern Ontario. In scenario 4, we increased the intensification further to 30%, and we increased the overall density to 55 people. So in terms of the intensification target, we've got these 4 overall targets. The first scenario and scenario 3 both produce an average amount of intensification of 63 units a year. So that's, it's important to recognize that that's a fairly significant increase to what's already occurring right now in Center Wellington. If we look at the historical data that we had available, we didn't have a lot of history, but we looked at over about a 4-year period. And when we look specifically at the high density component, the township's averaging about 34 units a year over that 4-year period. About 90% of this development in the scenarios 1 and 2, and each of the other scenarios is considered to be in the high density category. So most of the development in the built up area we expect to be in high density forms, because those are the types of development that we can ultimately consider to be available for intensification and redevelopment. There might be some medium density, but it's largely high density. So at 90% of that number, it works out to about a 60 to 67% increase to what you've been achieving in the last several years. Looking at market potential, looking at the overall amount of land available to accommodate intensification, we felt this was an appropriate place to look at in terms of an intensification amount. The other 2 targets are looking at significantly higher intensification. At scenario 4, at about 97 units a year, it's over 2.5 times what you've been achieving in the last several years. So that would represent the most aggressive scenario for intensification. When it comes to the greenfield density, we looked at, again, 4 different options, going from 47 to 55 people and jobs per hectare. If you look at what's happening today on lands that are, again, designated and developed, you can see that bottom line is 41. So we're anticipating much higher densities overall on this blended average going forward. And if you look at the other the higher line there, that represents what we're achieving today in active development approvals. So again, it's important to recognize that these densities are a blend of the densities overall. So they already include those lower densities that exist today at the 41. They include what's in active plans, and they include the densities that we're projecting on expansion lands. So just to give you, some direction on this, and I'll speak to scenario 3 in more detail. But when you go all the way up to the scenario 4, what that means is that because those lands are already developed that are there today, and the plans have been set for a significant amount of growth that are likely not going to change. The densities that would be required on the expansion lands would need to be around 76 people and jobs per hectare to achieve that level of 55. So you've got to concentrate a lot of density into only a portion of the greenfield area to start to achieve that overall uplift in the density. So in terms of the results, so as I mentioned, the first scenario resulted in a 238 need for community area lands. With that adjustment for South Fergus, that brings it down to 204. For scenarios 2 and 3, we have landed on a very similar outcome of around between 133 and 132 hectares. So one of the changes that we've made, though, in this scenario 3 is we have increased the density. We've reduced the density slightly from previously from 53 to 52. And I'll speak to some of the details of that in the next few slides, but essentially the rationale there was that because, again, we're concentrating a lot of density into a very minimal amount of land, or just a portion of the land available to for expansion, the overall density that required to hit 53 would have been around about 59, between 59 and 60 people and jobs per hectare. We felt that a slight reduction to that number from 53 to 52 gave us a more realistic density to be looking at in the expansion areas for Elora and Fergus, which I'll speak to in the next few slides. The final scenario, as you can see here, would reduce that need significantly to 59 people in jobs per hectare, but again, it would require a significant increase to the amount of intensification and a significant increase to that density, again, focusing specifically on those expansion lands. I think one of the things to keep in mind too, when we're looking at all this, is one thing that we look at is, and I specifically really focus on, is this alignment between who's coming to Center Wellington, Elora, and Fergus, and what kind of housing are they likely going to need in the future. We know that that's changing over time with changes in affordability, changes in housing needs, changes in the makeup of our communities. But most of the immigration and net migration that we're accommodating here is in the form of families and children. That's the bulk of where the new people, the age groups that they're coming from. So that puts a lot of pressure on the need for grade-related housing. It puts needs on low density as well as medium density housing, and some high density as well. The high density demand is, I think, in my opinion, largely coming from the needs of the existing community. We have an aging population. We have a high percentage of baby boomers that are going to be aging in the community. They're growing at a very fast rate just because they're aging in the community, and there's a bulge of them that are moving forward. Right now, they're around 75 years of age, that front range of the boom, and they're getting older. So we need more opportunities for seniors housing, rental housing, high density condominium housing, and we still need some high density housing for other age groups as well. But we need a balance, and that's ultimately really what comes out of this work, is that need for a balance of housing and the land to support that. So ultimately, with that, scenario 3 has been identified as our recommended scenario. We think that this scenario, again, fits that ultimate balance that we were trying to achieve between the right rate of intensification and the right density to accommodate new housing in the greenfield areas. So ultimately, that required a need for 132 hectares. We do think it's appropriate to be increasing that density from what we had set out in the MCR from the 47 to 52, given the trends that we're seeing happening locally. So I think I've already kind of mentioned what's happening here in this slide. So we do think that it's important to retain the existing intensification target. We think going higher is admirable to try to achieve higher intensification. There's a limit to how much ultimate intensification we think the market will likely bear realistically in Fergus and Elora. And again, coming back to that alignment of who's coming and how we're going to provide for housing for the population growth, we think that the 20% intensification target makes the most sense and is the most likely rate that we should be targeting. Again, we do think there's this opportunity for higher density in the greenfield area, which is why we're recommending a higher intensification target going from 47 to 52. So just to recap on the land requirements now between Fergus and Elora. So this is something new that we didn't provide in the previous reporting back in November of last year. So we've broken down the needs and the densities between Fergus and Elora, and you can see that breakdown between developed vacant lands in the South Fergus secondary plan, other vacant lands, and expansion lands. And we're essentially saying that we think that 56 people and jobs per hectare number is a reasonable density target for the remaining greenfield lands that are in active plans and South Fergus secondary plan, as well as expansion lands. So that gives us an overall density of 53 people and jobs per hectare. In Elora Salem, we've identified an existing density of 39, the vacant lands at 52, and the expansion lands at 53, which gives us an overall average of 50 people and jobs per hectare for Elora Salem. So to break that overall 132 land requirement down, what that means is an additional 89 hectares for Fergus at 56 people and jobs per hectare in the expansion area, 43 hectares for Elora Salem at a density of 53 for the total of 132. And so just to wrap it all up in terms of the total need, so the community area is at 132. This is the area of where we're going to be accommodating housing as well as other population-related employment like commercial, retail, institutional uses, as well as other community uses. And then the employment areas, again, are the areas where we're going to be looking to accommodate industrial development, which hasn't been the focus of this work, but ultimately needs to be brought into the overall equation. At 194 hectares, that gives us a total of 326 hectares of land. So all in all, we're still identifying a need, but we are identifying a reduction of 72 hectares relative to what was prepared under the Wellington County MCR. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
So Brett, would you like to speak first, or would we open questions after your presentation?
Yeah, sure. I can speak to the recommendation. Staff, we do support the recommendations that Watson has made here. The scenario 3 is the preferred scenario from staff's point of view. I want to point out again a few key points that Jamie made in terms of suggesting that ratio is something that we should go for, and certainly, as Jamie alluded to, it's an admirable goal. But in order to achieve that, the numbers, it's a target that if we were to go higher, you're expected to meet it each and every year. And as Jamie's numbers point to, it's a fairly significant increase above the levels that we are achieving today. And while we have some things pending that maybe the next time we go through this exercise, we could say that a higher intensification scenario is possible. We don't think that it's realistic to expect, based on where we sit today, that we could achieve higher than 20%. And then secondly, in terms of the greenfield density target, again, we support the work that Watson has done. We based it on, so for example, for Fergus, where the largest need is, as you've seen from the numbers, we're assuming that the new greenfield land that we add to the urban center is being developed at the same density roughly as South Fergus. And if council recalls, took us several times to get South Fergus secondary plan across the finish line because there were concerns about the height of buildings that we were proposing and whatnot. So, and again, as Jamie's numbers pointed out, because in the MCR exercise, we're including like the built boundary, it goes back to 2006, and Jamie can, I may use the wrong number of when it starts, but included in that greenfield target is a whole bunch of development that has already taken place at much lower density. And then it includes development that is on the books, may have gone to the OMB or the OLT to settle on a density. Haylock is an example, and Youngblood, Sorbera, where those plans were supported. And so at that density is a little bit lower than we're talking about. Unrealistic to go back to those developments and expect the density to be increased. So to achieve a higher greenfield density means putting an extraordinarily high density requirement on the land that we do add to the urban boundary, which again, we don't think is realistic. We do, of course, based on some of the presentations too from the one presenter that was on Zoom, Rohan, representing MGP consultants. We disagree, obviously, that our intensification or our density scenario is too high and not achievable. We've shown through elements like the South Fergus secondary plan that we can go beyond 47 people and jobs per hectare and can achieve a higher density. So staff are quite comfortable recommending scenario number 3, which is the preferred scenario. Again, though, keep in mind that those are minimum numbers, they're minimum targets, and we're expected to meet those. And so we are not saying, we're giving up on trying to get more intensification. My staff approves more dense development that's coming before you. We've done that numerous times. A lot of that housing hasn't been built yet, so it doesn't factor into the intensification scenario. So we do think there's opportunity coming forward. It'll come through the Economic Development Prosperity Committee, and we will be bringing forward zoning reform. We'll be bringing forward the idea of eliminating exclusionary zoning, which is in our strat plan. And perhaps the next time we go through this exercise, as I said, we could increase that intensification scenario. But the rules require us, we're following the MCR plan and the methodology that's in place today. And that means a realistic look based on where we're at today. Another thing I think just to point out to council is density changes over time and has changed over time. And if we go back to 2002 or 2003, the last time we expanded the urban boundary, which included the Storybrooke lands and the South Fergus lands, the Haylock lands, we added to the urban boundary back then, and we planned at 5 units to the acre, which is about 12.5 units per hectare. And we assumed back then that we needed that land. We didn't have an intensification target then either. But we assumed it was based on growth projections that said we needed that land by 2022. So think about, and that land, South Fergus, hasn't even gotten started yet. It's still farmland. It's still being farmed today, even though it's been in the urban boundary. So, and our densities have increased over time. So the rate of absorption of all that land in between has slowed down considerably from where we were 20 years ago. And that's an ongoing process. So I think, that's something important to keep in mind too, that the land we add to the urban boundary, it's not all developing tomorrow. We have a significant inventory of land that really hasn't even gotten started yet, in South Fergus especially. And one of the things that we will be bringing forward through cooperation with the county in the coming months is policies that deal with staging. It's a provincial policy or provincial planning statement. And we'll be bringing those forward because our objective is that preference will be given to South Fergus over these other lands that we add to the urban boundary because we've invested so much into the planning of that area. So again, I just want to reiterate, we support the preferred scenario put forward by Watson. We think it's realistic and achievable. It is higher than the county scenario, and the results showing in that way in the community need, we're reducing the need by 72 hectares, which is not an insignificant number. It, 2 large farms. So I think with that, I would like, we have a lot of work to do. We'll be bringing forward our proposed urban boundary to council very soon. Then it will go to the county and they'll turn it into an official plan amendment, take it through the process. just so council also is aware, you've heard a little bit that on October 20th, there's a big change in our planning framework, and the MCR that we've done all this work on rules disappears, and we have a new provincial planning statement where the government's no longer telling us what those targets will be. We're still encouraged to have an intensification target, and municipalities are no longer even required to have a greenfield density target. We think it's good planning to keep that. So we fully intend to proceed on this basis of what we present to council as our preferred urban expansion scenario. We recommend that be based on scenario number 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett and Jamie. Questions, comments? Councillor Evoy.
To you, sir. Thank you both very much. I appreciate it. And I can begin by saying the more you know, the more you know. And it was easy 2 years ago for me to say, no, we're not growing anymore. And the more I learn, the more I realize we need to. I hear what you're saying with great respect, Brent, about, the land is not currently being developed, but we all know it will be. So we need to keep that really front of mind. And whilst I respect what you've done insofar as lowering the amount of urban lands that we're accessing, I'm concerned that nowhere in the report did you address the quality of the land. We are not GTA, and I respect much of this is formulaic, but I'm not sure that we're taking a fulsome enough look when we say, well, we've done it here, we've done it there, so let's do it here. When an earlier delegate, which we have heard over and over again here, is the quality of the land that we're talking about versus with no disrespect to the land by the GTA, but I think, we're very proud of our prime ag land all around us. So while I respect what we're doing, it does pose a bit of a situation for me, recognizing that we do need to grow. But I saw such a vast difference between what you and the delegate wanted. And so I looked closely at the one in between, and I'm not sure there was enough difference that it gave me heart. As a colleague mentioned, we can always go up, but we can't go down with regards to intensification. So I want to say thank you, but honestly to say I would have liked to have seen more, that you would have spent some time looking at the land that is ours, that is near us, that is prime land. So yeah, that's it.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Okay, so the scenarios between, and thank you. That was a really fulsome presentation. That was great. The differences between intensification of 63 to 97. So are you saying that 97 would not be achievable for us in scenario 4?
We're saying that we think that's an unlikely outcome, that you would achieve that level of intensification and greenfield density based on what we're seeing today, based on what we think the trends are moving towards with respect to density and with respect to intensification. Both of the targets that are identified under scenario 4 we think are unlikely. I'd say probably highly unlikely.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you again. Thank you for your fulsome presentation. Is it just in scenario 4? Is it just kind of those kind of market trends you're looking at, or is taking into consideration like our limited resources, whether like our natural resources, groundwater, infrastructure, taken into consideration as well, or is it pure just like market trends?
Yeah, that's a fair question. And through you, Mr. Mayor, the work that we're doing is focusing on, again, what's the demographic outlook? What's the economic outlook for the municipality? What is the likely trends that we're going to continue to see with respect to demographics and economics, and ultimately market, plays a key role in that. So we're not specifically looking at the quality of the ag lands. We know that, I know, and we all know that they're all, and we heard today that they're all prime ag lands. We haven't looked into anything yet in terms of how the expansion areas would be serviced, what impacts that would have on water, wastewater needs, roads. None of these things have been looked at yet. We're only looking right now at the quantum of land. And further that we haven't done any further assessments on other policy at this point.
Any other follow-up to that, Councillor Adams? No. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Jamie, for the presentation. It's very thorough, and I appreciate that. I was just curious in terms of the intensification rates and how you're saying 97 units would probably be challenging for Center Wellington to meet. Can you just expand on that a little bit more? Like, for example, if we had vacant land, was that taken into consideration in the community, underused land, brownfields that could be housing, for example, any of those things? Like, how detailed was that analysis? Because 97 units to me is doesn't seem that inaccessible, but maybe you can expand a little more on how that analysis was completed. Thank you.
Yes. So just to be clear, it's 97 units annually that we're looking at here, and we did a fairly thorough review of intensification opportunities and supply opportunities through the Wellington County MCR. So we haven't gone back and reassessed those supply opportunities in detail, but those opportunities were looked at. Typically, I would say though, because I do this work all across Ontario and beyond, and when you do a pretty detailed look at supply opportunities within a built-up area, you're typically going to get a number ultimately that's quite large, especially when you start looking at redevelopment opportunities that may be more long-term, have more long-term potential. But generally, we find that most of those opportunities are going to accommodate higher density housing forms, given the nature of the lands and what fits best within the built-up area and just the limited amount of greenfield land or vacant land that you have to work with. You're typically going up, not out, in the built-up area. So it really comes down to this critical alignment again between what we're trying to accommodate and who we think we're trying to accommodate and what their needs are going to be over the long term. And so we know again that the needs are changing and that we're seeing, more demand for that missing middle product that we keep hearing a lot about, more townhomes, more different varieties of medium density, more affordable options, attainable. Sometimes we hear that term. So we know that trend is occurring, but we also know that there's a limit to how many people we're likely going to accommodate in Fergus and Elora in high density housing. And so we're trying to balance that need. And we typically, this is typically the core area of dispute that we typically have with appellants of our work, and ultimately what others may be looking at, who are particularly looking at a large urban expansion, that they would take issue with our shift. So we are saying there's a shift in need, but we're not forcing that shift to get to a point to hit a desired outcome, ultimately to reduce the need beyond what we think is likely. So we're trying we're trying to be balanced, and we're trying to look out, 30 years. And so this is not easy, because nobody can predict the future no matter how many studies we do. So we're continuing to monitor this, and I think it comes back to monitoring, and ultimately we're going to be phasing and staging these lands over time.
Great, thank you. That's helpful, and I guess that gets to my next question: is that you looked at historical patterns of intensification, and so they're considerably lower, which I'm not surprised by, because it wasn't really either fashionable or kind of being encouraged by government before to do infill and certain things like that. So I'm just curious, like what years you looked at. And then as Brett was mentioning, like you went back to 2003 with the Haylock and Storybrooke and stuff like that, and they're just now being kind of built out. So I guess it's finding it challenging to kind of square the difference between what happened in the past 5 years and what might happen 30 years from now. Because as you say, the baby boomers are all aging, people might be living differently, people might want to get to a transit-friendly community eventually, those types of things. So I'm just finding it difficult to say, this is the way it's been in the past. 30 years from now, it might not be much different. So I don't know if you could explain a little bit more about the historical data you looked at.
Yes, again, through you, Mr. Mayor. So unfortunately, we didn't have a lot of historical data to look at, and there's not a lot of real rich data to look at anyway, because there hasn't really been a ton of development in the built-up area. But we looked at 2016 to 2019, so we had four full years of data that we looked at. We also were able to look at active plans and development approvals so we can see what's coming in the pipeline, and then also the supply opportunities. And then we also have a number of studies that we've done across the Greater Golden Horseshoe. I personally led the work for the region of Waterloo, obviously Wellington, Northumberland, Brant, and a number of others that I'm probably missing. But so we could see what's also been trending in those areas, as well as how that might vary from the bigger cities that I didn't mention that we did work on in places like Vaughan or Brampton or Oakville. So we tried to put all that together to ultimately come up with what we thought was an appropriate intensification target. We did take some pressure on that number through the MCR work because of the impact on heritage, but we felt that we were still at an appropriate level with the 20% target.
Thank you. This might be more for Brett. I think you mentioned the next time we do an intensification rate study. So I'm just curious how often you recommend doing these intensification rate and density studies, and recognizing that the provincial planning policy landscape is shifting quite a bit these days.
I think, one of the challenges has been the ever-changing policy framework. In municipalities should be doing these reviews more frequently than we have been, but the province has been changing the goalposts. We're about to move into a period where the province is saying, we're not giving you forecasts anymore. We're expecting you to develop forecasts. Happen to have forecasts now that were just approved by the province that go out to 2051. And we know that they're not coming up with more forecasts. So we're obligated to provide, the rules are a little fuzzy. It's now, I think, 20 to 30 years. We could go out to 30. So if there was an encouragement from this municipality, we could be reviewing the numbers that we have in place today when we get to the stage where we know we don't have a 30-year forecast, which is not that too far into the future. I don't want to put words in the county's mouth that they would do this work, because it's pretty hard to imagine that we're going to do it on our own without the county participation. But I would think realistically, there's going to be an expectation that we will review our forecasts, within 5 years, I would say. And who knows what political changes will happen in that time. I think we want to strive to the periodic review happening on a regular basis, and we admittedly have not been that good at that. I want council to remember too, when Jamie's presenting his numbers, market-driven is very much what the province has put in front of us in the policy statement and the MCR today. And don't forget the pledge for 1.5 million homes in 10 years. There is, that's a level of growth that's beyond our current forecast. So I think the pressure for us to revisit our forecast is going to be there, because the province is going to expect to see more take-up of the province's pledge. And if you'll see later in this report, we're required for other reasons to do a housing needs assessment. And who knows where that's going to lead us in terms of looking at our growth forecast.
Councillor McDonald.
Through your Mayor Waters, through this fulsome report, do you take into consideration that we don't have enough daycare to support all these homes? Like, yes, we want younger families to move here, grow here, live here, work here. I know so many parents that drive their kids right now to Guelph for daycare and then come back to Center Wellington to work. I mean, it's really nice to think, yes, we are beautiful towns. Fergus, Elora, Salem, Bellwood, we're so beautiful. But if we can't provide those services, I'm not sure where that is in this whole document. and it's concerning for me. I'm more than happy to approve housing in the right way, but I feel like we're setting ourselves up for failure.
Did you want me to speak to that, or? I can take a crack at starting it. Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, I fully agree and support everything you're saying. I think it's important to recognize that this study is really the foundational piece of work that's starting to set the table for additional work that will need to be done with respect to servicing, more detailed planning and implementation. So infrastructure, community services, these are all things that are going to ultimately be guided by the amount of population growth that we're identifying and allocating to the urban centers, the amount of land that we're identifying, and ultimately, again, this will set the stage for that work. Ultimately, the next key task is to look at where as well. And so none of this has been identified yet in the work that I have set out.
Just to add to that, I think Councillor McDonald, it's still, we're still talking about a top-down process, where under the MCR and the growth plan, which is the process we've been following, the province is allocating forecasts and they have the growth, and we are expected to plan to fulfill that growth. And there are obviously things outside of our purview, like daycare and schools, that are a factor or that need to be met. But I think the expectation is that we've given you this number, you're going to plan for it. We know municipalities have to plan for it, and we're not, the school boards have to do planning that assumes that level of growth as well. I want to point out too, though, for Council, again, remember that we have a government that has already given us land added to our urban boundary and then reversed it. But reversing it didn't happen in all the municipalities. And so I want Council to be aware that we need to be clear that we're providing enough land to meet those targets. And so our review of, call it a conservative scenario, if you will, is very much based on understanding that there's an expectation that we have enough land to meet the growth needs over that time. And that this provincial government has made it clear that if you don't provide enough land to meet your needs, we're going to do it for you. And that's happened in other municipalities. We're not trying to scare Council, but that plays a role in our exercise of looking at the different intensification scenarios.
Any other comments, questions from Council? I have a few comments. I will be supporting number 3, scenario 3. When we started this process, we were talking about 1,000 acres. Now we're now down to, 805 acres. And we have a consultant we've hired, and obviously staff have gone through with the work that they've done. They have lots of experience and what they going through this process and been in the business of looking at communities and understanding this probably way to a greater degree than we do. I'm not saying that I understand planning and I understand sort of growth and all that, but I wouldn't call myself an expert on that. I think as a council, we have to a degree, depend on recommendations from staff and our consultants this way, and take a realistic approach to this in terms of making these decisions. These decisions are not easy. I find it difficult to take any kind of agricultural land out of production, given the fact that I grew up on a farm. But I also understand that there's got to be realistic expectations here. I like the idea that there's the opportunity for a potential review of this, and that makes sense in terms of we going through. But we gotta dip our foot in the water somewhere, and we got to start. And these targets are not insignificant. They're definitely more intense targets than what we've had before. They definitely will be, when things get built out, it'll be noticeably different than what we've seen in this community. But we got to start somewhere, and I wouldn't suggest going to a greater degree that way, really, without really having us a clear understanding of what that means. But we go from 1,000, and I think we're 326 hectares, so that's 805 acres. We knew that this scenario would take up agricultural land, but it's how do we do it in a way that makes sense and still represents a feel for our community. I know we had a really hard time doing the secondary plan as relates to, going from 8 to 6 in terms of the height. This scenario, if we were to go to the fourth recommendation, we'd be back having a lot more, probably 6-story structures there to meet those intensification targets, or maybe the reintroduction of higher buildings that we need to be able to accommodate that. But anyways, so any comments to what I've said there, or just sort of like it's late in the day and Sean is just kind of rambling now.
Sean's talking about himself.
Yeah.
Comments, I think I think you summarized it well, and I don't think I would add anything. I think we're all taking this very serious, that we don't remove lands from the agriculture designation easily. This is not an easy process, but there's going to be trade-offs and challenges all around on any one of these scenarios. You may need less land in scenario 4, but you're going to probably introduce more challenges in the built-up area than you have under 3. I would imagine. And to your point, you're going to create more challenges with respect to the form of growth within the areas that you're building it in.
Okay. Any further comments or questions for Jamie or Brett? Okay. So I'll read the recommendation. Yes. Oh. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just in response to your comments, I think my personal opinion would be I don't mind going to 6 or 8 stories or even 10 stories in the specific areas if it means protecting some more of our prime farmland. So maybe it's not today that our community gets to that point, but I think we have to keep having those conversations about what we're trading off. When we say this, it's like 800 acres. Sure. Okay, but that's 800 acres of land lost. So I think we do have to continue to have these conversations and make sure it's really impressed upon the community that not to be scared of intensification. Sure. So thank you.
No, thank you for those comments. And I think we're all really struggling with this for sure. And I think we do all take this very seriously, but we also have to sort of the outcome of this has to make some sense in terms of how the community is going to look like, and whether. And I know we had some fulsome discussions on 8 versus 6, but then at some time, maybe we'll be ready as a community for even higher. But at least, like I said, we're dipping our foot in the water in a big way. This is not insignificant what we're doing today. So I just want to make that. So don't feel like we're not doing it. So anyways, Councillor McDonald.
Through your Mayor Waters, well, I do resonate with what you're saying. We haven't really had the opportunity to talk about 10 stories or 12 stories in the right places. It's been 8 and 6, and we have 2 hardcore bylaws about the heights, and that is to protect our heritage areas. But we haven't addressed anything in other areas where a new development we could do it. So it was 8 and 6. That might be something I would like to revisit if we need to get the housing in. I just want to put that out there.
Brett, would you like to comment on that?
I think obviously we have our work to do in the future. We have to update our OP. We're talking about zoning reform, and maybe those are the places where we can look at the building heights. The province's Own Housing Task Force said, as of right, 4 stories and 4 units should be allowed everywhere. And the province has yet to impose that, but there are a lot of places that are doing it. I know, and the federal government is making it a requirement to get some of their funding. So those opportunities will come in the future. Again, I don't think we're ready yet to say that we've bitten onto those for it to change our recommended scenario. We, we need to consider parking. We've heard a lot from people as we've gone through the parking strategy that we don't have enough parking. But if we want to increase intensification, we need to talk about eliminating parking minimum standards and different ways of looking at development that way. So those are all conversations we're going to have in the next couple of years.
Councillor Jefferson? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Mine was just kind of a comment of clarification, is that if we do approach scenario 3 and that we're looking at the numbers that we're looking at there was nothing stopping us from going higher. So we achieved that with our South Fergus, even though there was a arm wrestling match later about 8 stories to 6 stories. But anyhow, I think if we sit and we look at each application as it comes to us, that we can see where we can do higher intensity and more density and different styles of housing as it comes, because there will be new things that we can look at with row housing and different townhouses and get that into the development. And as people come to accept it and come to like that style of housing, then there will be more of a demand for it in our area. So I don't think we're going to miss out on anything by doing the scenario 3.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you. I have a question based on my colleague's comment, which makes a lot of sense. My question is, from a math question, if we find that we are increasing multi-dwelling units, does that mean we can also decrease our take from our rural lands, or does it mean that they just both keep going up, that we just intensify here and we keep this number here? Like, is there a world where we're able to say, well, we did 2 6 stories, let's take that much off from outside? Is there a world where that's allowed, and how do we make sure we commit to that?
Trying to make sure I understand your question. So are you still speaking about the whole land budgeting within the urban system at this point?
If, say, we follow 3, and to my colleague's point, we do more intense building, more intense intensification building, and we have more multi-unit builds, we start to hit higher numbers. Can we then lower the expectation of lands that we will take from our rural spaces?
So I'll start this, I guess, and Brett can jump in. So you're going to go through a process where you're going to amend the official plan and ultimately the county OP and the local OP, and those lands are going to be identified and they're going to be designated. We'll identify where and we'll identify how much. We've done the how much part now, and we're going to look at where, and those lands are going to get designated, and then we'll then go down a path of implementation. Part of that will be phasing and monitoring. So there'll be a need to align the need to the requirements for servicing. And so if development, so we're projecting, a growth rate over 25 years, 30 years from 2021, could come faster or slower. We may need to speed up in terms of how fast those lands get developed or slow down. But once they're designated, it is challenging to take those lands out of the urban system and put them back into the rural system. I would say that is a challenge. They would likely, in my opinion, be phased, and they would remain in the urban area, but they'd be phased, and they may be identified as be required in a later date. That's my perspective. I don't know if Brett would have anything else on that.
No, I agree. I think once they're in the urban boundary, it's pretty hard to take them out if that's where you're going. But again, as Jamie alluded to, it's more of a matter of phasing. It may take longer for those lands, and there may come a future time where I think the MCR is disappearing. But right now, there's a process where you can identify excess land that's still in the urban boundary, but it has, you've said over the lifespan of this plan, those lands are not needed. So if that still exists in the future provincial policy, that's the kind of thing that might lead to. But I think it's unrealistic to expect that we would later remove land from the urban boundary. Now, which is to say, agriculture always continues as an interim use. So again, the lands, even we add land to the urban boundary in the next year or so, the land isn't developing right away, and it will likely continue to be farmed, and the owners, it's in their interest to continue to have it farmed. So that's the likely scenario.
Okay, any other comments or questions? So I'm going to read thank you, folks. I'm going to read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington endorses scenario 3 as the preferred scenario for land need associated with settlement area boundary expansion and the Fergus, Elora, Salem urban centers, and that the township of staff be directed to utilize the preferred scenario when presenting revisited urban center boundaries for council's consideration. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, do I have a seconder on that? Councillor Jefferson, any further comments or questions? All those in favor? 2, 3, 4. So moved. Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay. I gotta. You know what's. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know what's coming. That the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington, in accordance to section, your favorite one, 7.7, a procedural bylaw 2021-31, having reached 3-hour maximum of a council meeting, hereby extends the me curfew by.
You can only go by 1-hour increments,
yep.
Unless I think the intent of the bylaw would be adhered to if you.
Let's say an hour.
A hard stop.
Yeah, we'll say an hour.
Okay, then it would be 9:42. 9:42.
Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, seconder, Councillor McDonald. And we're going to take a 6-minute break here. Thank you. Center Wellington, and we have a report from Adam McNabb. Welcome, Adam, again.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Waters, and through you. With this report, I'll likely just be bringing Brian Borns up from McLaren Consulting. They were responsible for drafting the short-term rental report that is attached as part of this report. He'll be providing a fulsome review with presentation, after which I'd be happy, along with other staff members in attendance, to field any questions the council may have. So without further ado, I'll pass over to Brian.
Welcome, Brian. You've been here so long that you almost look like you're a relative of mine
I
or something.
noticed there's a left-handed person who was up here. What happens here? Right click. Okay, there we go. So I was expecting actually 10:30, so I think we're working quite well. We're doing excellent. I feel underdressed though without my orange shirt. Yes. So with McLaren Municipal Consulting, our mandate was to conduct a consultation process, which we did, to develop a report which includes reference to other municipalities and what they have done in the field, and to develop a bylaw and implementation plan, which is coming forward in the next month. Hopefully, you'll be able to give me some feedback today as to whether you're comfortable with the report, and that's a good basis to develop the bylaw. During the consultation process, we did a number of things. So we set up a web page on your site, which outlined what the project was. It included a survey so that people could respond to give us their input and ideas. We went to the Key Projects open house that was held, I guess, the end of May. We carried out a series of street visits looking at both Elora and Fergus, the business areas, and then going and actually visiting the Walmart and the Canadian Tire and handing out flyers at those instances in order to encourage people to understand the process was ongoing and look at the webpage and the survey. Went to the Meadows Music Festival. We held 3 public workshops and held interviews with yourselves and with members of the public. And Mr. Saunders, who spoke earlier, I think, as I did look at him online as part of the process. We met with him before the public meeting. He participated in one of the public meetings and forums, and we believe that the recommendations that you have address his concerns quite well, and we'll come up with those, and I'll give you an explanation as to why I think that's the case. Amongst the survey results, 85% of them came from the urban area of Centre Wellington, and another 12 to 13% from the rural areas within Centre Wellington. There was only about 4.5% that were, non-Centre Wellington participants. So about 7.6% of the responses came from STR hosts. So people who run short-term rental accommodation, and I will use STR throughout the discussion today. And about 0.8% work or participate or operate a hotel or a motel. So the results that you'll see are generally not responsive to the needs of STR owners. And as you look here, what are the advantages of an STR? Alternative accommodation for visitors was the biggest one, over 60%. Support for local tourism and income for property owners were all significant factors. The others were, a little bit less. Use of other properties when otherwise unoccupied, I guess, got some attention. When we look at the disadvantages, there's two that stand out. One is loss of housing available for long-term rentals, and we will certainly address that one. The STR creates parking, noise, litter, and safety problems, and that kind of ties in with the incompatible use in a residential area. So those are issues that we thought we had to address if we were going to allow STRs in any kind of fashion within Center Wellington. It had to be in a manner that was compatible with the residential community and people like Mr. Saunders, who spoke to you earlier. So what do people think you should do? And I guess the overwhelming answer was that you should license and regulate some way. And in fact, we found it in the public meetings, the workshops, that most of the STR owners also recognized they needed to be regulated if they were to survive and to continue. They have to behave, and most of the ones who came to the meeting, all thought they behaved well, and it was the other guys who were causing problems, and there were real problems, right? That you've undoubtedly heard about, not just Mr. Saunders, but other people as well, indicated a concern, and so we wanted to address those concerns and ensure that we could do that. Meetings, the workshops, came to some kind of a conclusion that included the concept of licensing. So all meetings, and it was interesting because it started with, the first meeting was largely STR owners and participants in one fashion or another. And the last meeting was largely people who were opposed to STRs or saw particularly the housing issue as a big concern. But all three of them came up with the idea that there needed to be a licensing approach. It was generally an interest in a phased approach, so the second meeting, for instance, came up with the idea that an association of STR owners should be able to go and speak to STR owners who are causing problems and convince them to move beyond that. But as I mentioned, essentially the meeting that came up as an option, and it is certainly one that your staff would love because it means in essence they wouldn't have to do anything. The STR association would have to do it. The trouble is, of course, you're going to have one or two who are going to not do what they're told, and one or two is all it takes to create a huge problem. And so that's where we needed to look at some kind of a restrictive approach, ideally. The other interesting thing about phasing in is that means the issue would have to come back to you repeatedly, set up a weak set of implementation and then come back with a stronger set and then come back with a stronger set still. I think you need to deal with it, have it done, and resolve the problem and have it go away. So that's what we have worked towards. The four themes that came up at the public meetings, and not only the public meetings, but through the survey and the web comments as well. One was housing, concern that the STR conversions take away from the housing stock. A second one that tourism, the STRs are required for tourism. You don't have a lot of options in Elora or in Fergus. And so you need to have STRs if you're going to maintain some tourism. But the community STR operations have to respect community norms, and they have to be compatible with regular communities. And the income from STR operations is important, both for people who have struggled to buy a house, and now need to get some income to help them cover the mortgage costs, because house prices have gone up so badly over the last 3 or 4 years. And really just, if you look at the bed and breakfast business, which has gone on for forever in the community, they need a regular source of income to meet their business expenses. And so anything that wipes out a lot of STRs in a manner that isn't necessary in order to achieve community compatibility could be a serious problem, because it would remove that income potential. We did look at 9 other municipalities. You'll see that 2 of them focused on zoning. And we don't recommend that you look at zoning. The problem with zoning is you can prevent things in the future, but you can't go back. You don't have any way to regulate behavior through a zoning bylaw. And so that, means you can't deal with anything that's a serious problem. But and so that's why we don't suggest that as an option. Cobourg has yet to decide what it was going to do. I guess they were planning on bringing it back about now as well. So it may be that they're going to decide one way or another. But the other 6, you can see, have all decided to do something. And what they've done is actually varied a fair bit. And so what's interesting is that a solution seems to be a municipal solution. It's one that's focused on your problems and your needs, not on a standard that can be applied everywhere. All 5 out of the 6 municipalities that came up with a bylaw, a licensing bylaw, imposed some kind of a demerit system. So this is a 3 strikes you're out, or whatever the case might be. Maybe it's 4 strikes, but whatever the case might be, you have to have a system that disciplines unacceptable behavior. And that's exactly what Mr. Saunders faced as he was going through the circumstances. He brought in all kinds of police reports. He had many police reports. But so what? What does that do? What does that give you? Well, here, if you implemented a demerit system, it would give you the right to remove his license and to eliminate that as a problem. So that's really the way that we're suggesting you want to control behavior. So we're saying 5 out of 6 municipalities have gone with a system that does discipline owners and tenants and make sure that behaviors are compatible with the community. And that's what you need to do. In terms of geography, we didn't see a whole lot of interest in either, banning them in rural areas or banning them in urban areas or anything like that. There were certainly some discussions about owner or host has to be on site. And that's an approach that doubles up on the disciplinary piece. If you've got a demerit system that says you got to behave and the owner has to be on site, meaning in essence that they need to be exposed to whatever their tenant is doing, and therefore they need to understand what the circumstances are and take action about it. Well, those are two different approaches to addressing the same issue. And our suggestion is that you go with the demerit system rather than limiting ownership to only those who live on the site. Fee calculations. This obviously is going to get reviewed before you have a bylaw come through, but in any case, some municipalities have taken the position that they want to have a high fee to discourage participation, as if it was a body shop or something. That was kind of the early example that people used. Others have tended to go with a lower fee because they thought they wanted to encourage STR participation in providing accommodation, not only for visitors to the community, but also, if you have a marriage breakup or if your house is being renovated and you need to move out somewhere or whatever the case might be, you need some alternative kind of accommodation. So we are suggesting that you should just aim to break even, so you should aim to recover your costs of the inspection process and ensure that it's not the taxpayer who's paying for regulating STRs, short-term rentals. And I think so the suggestion, the calculation we did said something like $224 per bedroom to a maximum of $800 for a full short-term rental would work as a fee that would recover your costs. Certainly, as I mentioned earlier, some of the short-term rental operators were concerned that, if we came up with a fee that said $800 and they're renting one room, I mean, how would they afford that? So this gives you some kind of staging that allows them to carry on with a smaller operation where it's relevant. We've seen a circumstance where some of the STRs have closed, and I guess Mr. Saunders is a good example. The one behind him that caused the grief has closed. It's moved to a different use. And to some extent, that suggests that the market is pretty much there, that we've got what we need in terms of STRs, and we got what the market can afford to pay for. Remember that your tourism business is mostly summertime stuff. Summer has lasted through September now, but it's been a bit of it becomes a part of an issue. So one of the suggestions is that we don't want to drive out a lot of the existing STRs. We want to maintain something reasonably similar to the market that's already there. And that would mean that particularly when it comes to setting regulations or a distance between STRs and so on, that's probably not something you want to apply to existing STRs. If they're bad, they'll get caught under the demerit system. But why throw them out of business at the moment unless they are misbehaving, in which case you'll catch them under that demerit system. So the suggestion was that we should allow all existing STRs to come forward. The other area that's important is parking. It came up a number of times at the meetings and in the community, and you had a darn parking study going on at the same time, which made it top of mind for almost everybody. Again, we have a circumstance where the the meetings said, and most of the municipalities said, you need to have a room or a parking space for every room that you're renting. That works well, except in the older parts of town. And the older parts of town, of course, were built at a time when cars were not de rigueur. You know, they weren't part of every household. And the room to store them wasn't part of the household. And so we're suggesting that we set a parking regulation as one space per room, but only if you're outside the heritage overlay area. Now, that's not going to wind up creating a whole lot of new problem, but you already have a parking problem. The parking problem is partly STRs, but it's also partly restaurants. It's partly, weddings. It's partly the fact that the old area of town doesn't have room to store cars. So you're going to have to decide what to do with that. But you shouldn't load it onto the backs of the STRs in the, particularly those in the heritage overlay area that really were built before cars were part of the issue. We're also suggesting that we set the fine for breach of the STR bylaw, which could mean just advertising a room for rent in Center Wellington without a permit. And, the bylaw would require that you put the permit number in the advertisement. So if somebody's advertising, it makes it a lot easier than having to actually rent the room and go and, prove that somebody rented the room for less than 30 days. If they're advertising it, then that should be enough. Should get them $1,000 daily fine. And we do suggest that people who are about to lose their license should have the opportunity to appeal to a committee. They might want to say, Mrs. Jones is giving me a hard time because she hates me and we never got along as kids and whatever, whatever the circumstances might be. There needs to be some way to go forward and argue that it's not a thing. But we do suggest a $500 appeal fee if you want to appeal. And the fact that a municipal official, whether it's police or bylaw or whatever, has to go and hand out a ticket as part of the process should remove any distinct possibilities of that as being a problem. So the next phase will include a bylaw, and hopefully in a month or so you'll be able to approve a bylaw. You'll have an implementation plan there. The thoughts so far are that we go through a process of inviting existing STRs to complete an application, go and do an inspection, and spread it over a number of months so that your inspectors aren't overly burdened in that process, and that you accept new applications at the end of that process. That's all something that will come back to you in a month. That, I believe, is it.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, I'm going to open it to council for comments, questions. Councillor Evoy.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. A lot of warning red bells for me, mostly around costs to township for all this regulating, the appeal meetings, the bylaw officer, the person who's checking the house, the people who are taking the calls from the complaints. I don't disagree that we need it, but you spoke of the fee that they will be charged. Have we thought about the MAT or the VAT that we've talked about and whether or not that will be included in there in some way? I feel like I hear a lot of costs to township here. So I'm not sure what the answer is, but this feels like it's cost heavy when I look like who's licensing, who's maintaining, who's monitoring, who's revoking, who's all these questions that I have around who's covering the appeals, who's telling them they have to lose their thing and then going back to make sure it's not done. I also have some concern around how do we know if someone's operating illegally? Are we again expected to have a team? We need at least 2 people to do this role. Are we expected to have a team who's just checking out calls when people say, my neighbor is doing this and we don't know? So as much as I agree with you, we do need regulation. I'm not sure how, from a financial lens, Township addresses this. And it's the one thing that I didn't really hear. So perhaps I should look to you, Adam, for some ideas, because it's hard to go forward with everything representing a cost.
Yeah, no, all valid comments, and thank you very much, Councillor, going through you, Mayor Waters. Yeah, no, these are all things that are certainly going to have to be sussed out as we kind of approach a bylaw. McLaren has considered kind of a preliminary fee structure, which will have to be vetted more rigorously by council and staff as we kind of go down this path. But to your point, there are outsourced vendors that do kind of the monitoring that are available and are heavily utilized for other people that have gone through the licensing path from an STR perspective. But with the phased approach, staff feel that with the exception of the licensing officer, that was detailed in the report, we have staff sufficient to conduct the kind of the review and inspection process, given that it is a phased approach and we'll be doing it on a best efforts basis. Certainly there will be a significant amount of uptake at the beginning, but beyond that, it's part of that fee structure in terms of what we intend to do, how rigorously we intend to monitor and discipline through the demerit system. That said, we're also going through a process now. We're investigating an administrative monetary penalty system, whereby we can leverage that tool to kind of streamline process and have less reliance on the provincial offenses. So with that, we are putting the groundwork in place now, not just for SDRs, but for other things that we're doing as a municipality to kind of support the streamlining of these processes to make it less cumbersome administratively and for the rollout of a program such as this.
So when you bring this to us, through you, sir, when you bring this to us, what I'd really like to see is this is what we can intake from X amount, or this is what we need. We need X amount of these in order to cover these costs. And that's how I would like to be. That's what I'd like to see when you bring it to council, so I can look closely at those numbers. Thank you so much. Sorry for the extra work.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Okay, I really like table 1 and table 2 because they sort of go hand in hand with other towns who have tourism, who have festivals, events, daily tourism. I do really like the point system. I don't mind the fee structure. As a way to adjudicate this, what you mentioned about, one STR is pretty close to losing their license, or they've been told they're going to lose their license. I think in any licensing system, we would have to have some sort of adjudication committee or that type of approach where our clerk had a bylaw, a public service representative would sit on it. Is that how you would do that, or what you have seen in other municipalities?
So there's really 2 different approaches. So
okay,
you mentioned the administrative monetary penalty system, which if you set that up, you need to have a judge who some way of dealing with people who think that they've been improperly charged. And that committee or person, whichever you decide to do, could also serve the role we see under the under the SDR bylaw. The second option, if you don't do the AMPs, we've discussed in here that maybe you would want to look at a 3-person committee, one who was an STR operator, one who was an STR opponent, and a member of council or staff or somebody who would be somewhat neutral. And that's often the way that taxi licensing is handled in municipalities that have a committee set up. So, I mean, it would be cleaner to go with the AMPS system, and the same person who approved the initial charge would be the person who would hear any appeals, or maybe you wouldn't even need appeals in that case. The appeal would come when they were charged and sought to dispute the charge.
Through Mayor Waters, just to follow up. So yeah, I would be supportive of a hearings officer of some sort to adjudicate these things. The other thing you mentioned was association. So if the STRs had their own association, my concern with that would be privacy. You can't really give out the names and numbers of your neighbor and say, hey, I don't like what you're doing. I do think the point system is great to address a bad actor.
So one of the approaches that some municipalities have taken is actually to post the list of people who have applied for and been granted licenses with their contact information, and that allows anybody who's a neighbor to contact whoever is the host or the licensee and have it out with them, right, before they talk to the bylaw officer. And that's probably a useful step and something that we would likely suggest you do.
I appreciate that. I'm always in support of mediation. Thank you. Thank you for addressing my concerns.
Councillor Walton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you, Brian, for the presentation. This question is actually more for staff, so I'll just give you a break for a second. So I'm just curious about process, and I'm just curious why it's a lot of details and a lot of information to go through. We only got the report on Wednesday afternoon, so most of us work full time, so had the weekend to kind of look at this, along with everything else. So there's a lot of details and a lot of really specific things, and I'm just curious why this didn't go to the Economic Prosperity and Development Committee and perhaps to a working group to kind of flush out the details and bring back kind of a second version. Like, it would have been nice to have this presentation and then a couple weeks later or a few weeks later, some more details that have been worked on by a working group. Thank you.
Thank you. And through Mayor Waters, this originated from a council notice of motion. So with that, staff feel that we were directed to do this by council, so we're bringing it back to council. But that doesn't mean you can't refer that to the advisory committee if that's what you want to do.
Thank you. And that is what I want to do. So I think it'd be really great because it just seems to me there's a lot of nuances to the things. Like, I love the work you've done. I think you did a really thorough consultation, which I really appreciate. And the report is thorough. I quibble with the cover page, but that's a little technical thing. But I just feel like a small group of people who just sit around a table and kind of hash it apart would benefit everybody, just because I feel like it's a lot to make a decision on, and it's just really detailed pieces of information. So I would suggest referring it to the Economic Development Prosperity Committee, and hopefully there's a working group that's appropriate to take it on. Thank you.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through, I would support the deferral to hear from the advisory committee and the business committee there. I think it's, again, one of those things, and I think why it's important to involve our advisory committees is because we're kind of, again, moving away from our core services and getting into some pretty heavy regulation. Some might call it a lot of over-regulation here. And although, I think identifying and licensing the short-term rentals, there's a lot of value there, and having that identified when we hear from our delegations, a lot of the issues are coming from other issues already identified in our community, right? It's the noise, the parking, a lot of these issues that we're already dealing with. And I think a lot of those issues have also gone back and our advisory committees are also familiar with those issues. So I think it would be a good way of utilizing our community members that way and getting some feedback.
Councillor McDonald.
Through your Mayor Waters, to staff, the consultant that we have hired to do this report, would that include consulting with the ECDEV committee as well? Because we hired them to provide a report to make a decision, an informed decision. So I just don't want to add on to the cost of the consults further. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is there a question in there, Councillor McDonald? I'm not.
Will this cost more by sending it to the ECDEV committee? The consultant fee?
I guess it largely depends on whether or not that request comes through support of the existing consulting team. I mean, this can be deferred with the report for the committee to comment on and come back to council. I don't think that would require the engagement of the consultant to support that. The only thing I would caution is that whether or not our consulting team has capacity based on the deferral, if that throws off their work timeline, or if they have other engagements that would otherwise suffer as a result of the deferral.
That is also my concern.
Okay, so I think we're leaning to some referral. So yeah, it seems like we have the report in hand. It seems comparable, but there's to flush out some more details that way. So, and it sounds like there's interest in sending it to one of the committees that way. So what I'm suggesting is maybe we don't look at this recommendation today, but we look at for a referral to go to. Is that where I'm kind of hearing from council? And so would there be someone who would push for that referral? Okay, well, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So just to clarify, I do think a part of the original motion was to post it on CW Connect. I think that's maybe something we can do in conjunction of also sending it to the committee. And I also agree with my colleague that having some more financial information of how it will come and how this will be impacting our 2025 budget will be good to have once that comes back from all of those places.
I would suggest referring it to the Economic Development Prosperity Committee with the hopes it can go to an appropriate working group. Do you need an actual motion there, Carrie? Or?
Do you need a motion? Yes.
I would move that the report be accepted for information and referred to the Economic Development Prosperity Committee for further study.
Okay, what I was proposing was the first two parts of the original motion and add that the report be referred. Does that work?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just a quick question to clarify. I love the idea that it would run simultaneously so that we're not taking more time. So do we need to include that we will also run it? Yeah, that we'll also run it in CW in the.
Yeah, that's part of that.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see that.
Yep, I can read it. Move that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington receive for information the draft short-term rentals in Centre Wellington report prepared by McLaren Municipal Consulting Inc. and that the staff be directed to post the document to Connect CW for any additional feedback, and that the report be referred to
that's my short form.
Short form, Economic Development and Prosperity Committee. And that
No.
Okay. Yes, so that's it. So do I need to read that again? Okay. So do I have a mover for that? Councillor Welton, seconder, Councillor Craddock. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Oh, yes. Okay.
Just want to echo the concerns I think somebody raised, Councillor Evoy, I think about understanding how the MAT tax could play into this and also how it affects the 2025 budget. So those would be two questions we'd hope to come back from the committee, but then all the details of work.
My understanding, the MAT tax is separate from this. This was what the notice of motion was to do. So I don't know how that plays in and whether the consultant, we didn't procure the consultant for it.
if I may, through you. And I believe that that's a staff job, that has nothing to do with them. We didn't ask them about that. We're asking staff, are they going to implement the MAT in this as well to help us relieve some of the costs? That's what we're talking about, not from McLaren's lens.
Through Mayor Waters, staff were anticipating finishing the economic development and tourism strategy first. And then, as you saw in the draft 2025 capital budget, we were proposing to work on a MAT implementation in 2025. So I would suggest this sort of happens after the fact based on that timeline.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay, we had a first and a seconder. Okay, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. Nice trip back to Ottawa. Okay, now we move down to item 11.4, official plan amendment, OPO 123. Well, that's interesting. And zoning bylaw amendment, RZ 0123, decision report, 22 Park Road, Laura. And Marianne. Hi, Marianne. How are you?
Hi, good evening.
Hi. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor Waters. The report before you is concerning planning applications for the property at 22 Park Road in Elora. I think we have a map that is coming up now. So the owner is seeking an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment to change the zoning and designation from industrial to highway commercial. And that's to facilitate a commercial redevelopment of the property. It is part of an overall redevelopment concept that you may be familiar with already for a fast food restaurant on the adjacent parcel, and I'll explain that in a little bit more detail. But the property itself is 0.7 hectares and it's 22 Park Road. So that is, with the map that's in front of you, it's the property that I would call on the top right. So that's the property under consideration today. It is 0.7 hectares east of Wellington Road 7 and on the west side of Park Road, which is, I would say, to the back there on the east side. And at the bottom or south end of Hamilton Street. It is currently designated industrial in the official plan and is adjacent to highway commercial designation to the west and to the south. So the site is already zoned highway commercial to the south and west and is currently under development, as I mentioned, with a drive-through restaurant at what I will call the front half of the adjacent parcel to the south, which is 94 Wellington Road 7. And the back half still has a holding provision on it. So that is, has not been developed yet. And that site includes a woodlot. 22 Park Road was the subject of an employment land conversion request by the owner to the County of Wellington. And this was reviewed and supported through the county's land needs assessment that was done through the municipal comprehensive review. And that was done by Watson as well. And that was included in OPA 119, which you'll be familiar with, which established the county growth structure through that amendment. And at the time of the land needs assessment, the employment conversion was deemed to meet all the criteria that were set out for those requirements. And a final version of the OPA 119 was approved by the province in May of this year. And you'll recall that there was some back and forth with it being adopted and then reversed and then reinstated. So it was finally reinstated through Bill 162. So that means that currently 22 Park Road is removed from the employment area designation in the county official plan. So these applications were on hold, basically pending resolution of that decision on OPA 119, but that is now in force. So staff is of the opinion now that these planning applications can be resolved and a decision can be made. The public meeting on the applications was held on June 28th of last year in 2023. Oral and written submissions were received, and the concerns related primarily to traffic, infrastructure, and competition in the market. All the comments in the public meeting are in the staff report, but the county and GRC have also provided comments with no objections. The county has requested that there be no residential, and that's what Watson's recommendation was as well on this property. And I will note that to address some of the concerns raised, the county did require road improvements to be made, as you will know, and that left turn lane was put in, southbound left turn lane, for the overall redevelopment of this parcel. And also, I will just note that market competition is beyond the scope of what we consider for planning matters, and staff can't regulate businesses, but rather land uses. So in conclusion, after reviewing all of the information, staff recommends approval of the official plan amendment and zoning amendment to change the land use from industrial to highway commercial, as it's consistent with the county and provincial decision that I just spoke to redesignate the land from employment land. And also, in the broader context, the redesignation is compatible with the surroundings, is accessible from major arterial roadway on County Road 7, and services the needs of the local and traveling public, which is actually the intent of highway commercial zones. So it would be rezoned to highway commercial. But I will note that the rear portion of the adjacent lands, which form part of the consolidated development parcel, if the property is redeveloped for a retail food store is the intention, then there is a holding zone on that rear portion of the adjacent parcel that does remain, and staff is not recommending lifting of that holding zone yet, and until the conditions are met. So you will recall that council did approve the holding zone, lifting of the holding zone for the front portion, and that's where that fast food restaurant is currently being developed. But the rear holding zone will remain until the conditions are met for that, and that includes vegetation management plan, noise study, and site plan approval, and entering into agreements so that those matters for design, circulation, and all of the other matters that would be addressed through site plan approval would be addressed at that time in the future. So at this time, that's what staff is recommending, that the site at 22 Park Road be rezoned and redesignated from industrial to highway commercial. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mariana. Comments, questions from council? Okay. Thank you for that presentation. I'll read the recommendation. That the Council of Township of Central Wellington approves application OPA 01-23 and RZ 01-23, and that the proposed official plan amendment number 16 be adopted by Council of Township of Central Wellington and submitted to the Council or the County of Wellington for approval, and that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment be given 3 readings and passed. Do I have a mover for that? Oh, Councillor Evoy, a seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. I see a smile back there. Okay, so let's move to item, we're on a roll here. Let's move to item 11.5, Elora Rocks alcohol permission during games. Report from, is Matt still here? Matt. Hello, Matt, and welcome.
Good evening. Through Mayor Waters, the Elora Rocks have approached the township staff to request to serve alcohol in a tiered seating area at the Jefferson Elora Community Center during their games. Currently, the Elora Rocks home games, at the home games, alcohol is only being served in the community center as per the township's alcohol risk management policy. The current policy that we go by currently is out of date and needs to reflect changes brought through by the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario. The Elora Rocks request will give staff an opportunity to monitor and evaluate this type of service in a tiered seating arrangement before updating the township's alcohol risk management policy. The Elora Rocks have submitted a safe service plan which has been reviewed by the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario, the AGCO. The safe service plan includes security measures in place, collaboration with staff, a wristband system for alcohol control, a license section open to all ages, safe transportation plan, and a 2-drink limit per sale. The alcohol section for sales consumption will be sanctioned off and located in the tiered section down by the score clock. Staff have also consulted with the AGCO about this request, and staff supports the request given the service plan is in full effect. This alcohol service will be evaluated on a game-to-game basis for the 2024-2025 season. And that's the end of my report. Any questions?
Before we go into questions, I have to bring in front of this council that Council of Township of Centre Wellington, in accordance with section 7.7, yeah, you're going to memorize this in a little while, A of the procedure bylaw 2021-31, having reached the 3-hour maximum, or I guess, well, we did that and then we're now at the other hour. Anyways, regardless, you know the story. The 3-hour maximum for council meeting hereby extends the meeting curfew by an hour. To what's I guess would be 10:42. Correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you have a mover? I know you're looking at me with disdain, but okay. Councillor Adams, second by Councillor Craddock. All those in favor? Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. Now we're at the point where we are asking questions of you all, or you're going to ask questions of Matt. So, Councillor McDonald.
Dear Mayor Waters, I have to admit, I attended a Rocks game last Friday night, and I feel like the Rocks have reinvented themselves. It was a great game. I believe they won. I'm getting older. I couldn't stay to the end. We were tired, but we did stay for the first two. And wow, it was a bit of a barn burner there for a while. But I really just want to say, they listened to staff, they listened to council points, and they took all that and ran with it. And I was so impressed at the organization, the extra sales, hoodies, some other things, great job. Great job. So I will support this fully.
Councillor Evoy.
Through you, sir. Thanks so much. I have a couple of questions. Around the 2 drinks thing, I'm a little concerned because we all know what happens. I worked in the industry for a lot of years. I'm sure Dennis can speak to it. You can restrict drinking for this individual and someone else will take it, things we can't totally control. My concern is around the Smart Serve rulings and who is then responsible. So we know that the Smart Serve rules have intensified by 10,000% the last couple of years. And so who is ultimately responsible in the unlikely, albeit we hope would never happen, event of something going wrong? Is it a township thing now that we become responsible, or is it the Elora Rocks, or is this a shared responsibility?
Yeah, so the Elora Rocks, it is their special occasion permit. But ultimately, if something does happen, definitely the township will be involved.
I love the idea, but I am genuinely a little concerned. I'm not going to lie, with the changes in our laws around alcohol becoming available at 7:30 in the morning now in our groceries, in our corner stores. The fact that people might arrive inebriated and then have their 2 drinks. I'm just a little concerned. I know we can't control everything I do. I just would be remiss if I didn't share my concerns.
Hi, Pat. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'm still here. I know, it's great. I just wanted to point out that there are a number of rules within the municipal alcohol policy, within the AGCO, that limit over service, that protect all of us, the township, and the groups that are serving alcohol. To eliminate that, also they will have security on site, so they will be monitoring behaviors and things like that. Safe drive home, that's all within their parameters. So we have other events that have alcohol. These are all things that are taken into consideration, but you are right, it's always a risk, but that's what the municipal alcohol policy does. It provides clear expectations of everybody's service standards. So.
Councillor Wilton.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Just curious, like you say, you're going to take what you learned from what the Elora Rocks are going to do, assuming this is approved. And how long do you think that would take? I'm just thinking that it'd be nice if this was equitable across the township so that Fergus teams could potentially do the same thing if it's of interest to them.
Yeah, so we're working on the township alcohol policy right now, and it definitely has to be brought up to date just with the different rules with the AGCO. And once we get through it, we'll be bringing it to council for council to look at. And I think with this is something definitely new for the township, this area, and it's happening right now. So it's going to be good to see how this plays out. I'm not sure if Pat, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just met today about our sort of how we'll get the milestones done to bring that policy back. We're shooting for end of February for council to see that policy. Presuming we have no other delays, it has a number of checkpoints it has to make to before it can come to council.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. No issues. Looks like that policy needs to get updated. So I don't have issues there. I'm just kind of curious why this particular site was chosen over the Fergus location. I know Fergus has a mezzanine above where I think they're able to serve from during special events. Maybe that's the reason. Elora, you're back kind of further in the hall. If that's, you can confirm if that's the case, or if,
Yes. So currently there's this, there's some groups that play in Fergus. They rent the mezzanine, and people can go up in the mezzanine and have a drink while the game's being played. Where in Elora, the only place to serve or drink a beverage would be in the hall, and so it's sort of it's in between periods when people are sort of rushing back and forth in Elora.
So sorry, just can I follow up with that? My other two concerns, and I'm just kind of curious from a staffing perspective, if you've identified the concerns, and the Elora seems like a lot smaller of a space up top. And so like, does it still allow us like those accessible pathways, meeting accessibility down to our emergency exits? Like those arenas can get, or small pads can get really tight in there. And then my other kind of question is, sometimes there's staffing, right? We have staff that are like there and present and cleaning up these facilities till these events are done, and having now is it going to cause extra mess, extra cleanup for staff? And is that being taken into consideration?
Yes. So first question, we met up with representatives from the Elora Rocks, and that was one of the concerns that we chatted about. And they're coming up with a system where the flow of traffic, there wouldn't be any issue if there was an emergency. So they're if they are successful with this, that's something it'll have to be set up where it's not going to impede any fire exits or flow of traffic. And sorry, the second question. I'm sorry.
I almost forget. Oh, the cleanup and the on staff.
Yeah, and that'll be monitored, and depending how much of a mess it is, staff will work with the Rocks and just try to mitigate if there is a huge concern with cleanup. We'd work with them.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you again, through you. Two quick questions. So Elora Rocks is paying for their proper security, recognizable security by the people?
Yes, and there's going to be two security staff.
Great. And the final question is I look to staff from a financial lens, in that we are kind of increasing our risk. Are we getting is any of the sales that are happening in our space coming to us?
Those
dollars?
No, it's just their rental of the ice would be coming to us.
Okay. Oh, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. I do note in the report the Elora Rocks Safe Service Plan. It's pretty fulsome. Security measures are in place. Duty to report statement, safe transportation plan, 2-drink limit per sale, license section open to all ages, wristband system. So this fell under so approval from the AGCO, and the AGCO is pretty hard with their rules. So I think a lot of those concerns are in this report is what I'm seeing. I don't think we've left anything out, have we?
No, I don't think so. I don't think we covered everything in that safety plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay. Thank you, Matt, for your presentation. I'm going to read the recommendation that the council approves the request from the Elora Rocks Senior Hockey Club to permit the services alcohol in a section of tiered seating area at the Jefferson Elora Community Center, subject to the provisions outlined in the Township Alcohol Risk Management Policy in compliance with the Safe Service Plan as approved by Alcohol and Gaming Commissions of Ontario, AGCO, and that the service of alcohol would be a pilot trial for the 2024-2025 season and will be evaluated on the game-to-game basis, and that the authority to discontinue or require adjustments to the Safe Service Plan for the pilot be delegated to the Managing Director of Community Services. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock. Do I have a seconder on that? Councillor Jefferson. Any further comments or questions? Okay, let's take a vote. All those in favor? So moved. There you go. Congratulations. Okay, we're going to move down to item 11.6, parking agreement for the use of an unopened road allowance at the Salem Public School. And, oh, there you, Colin. Hi, Colin. How are you doing?
There we go. Good.
So I'll turn it over to you, Colin.
Great. Thanks, Mayor Waters, and good evening, everyone. So yeah, this report before you is seeking council authorization for the mayor and clerk to execute an agreement with the Upper Grand District School Board. Essentially, at the Salem Public School, their parking lot, that's kind of to the west side of the building there, is located on Township Unopened Road Allowance. We call it Robert Street. And did a quick look at some of our aerial photos. We have a 1955 aerial photo, which is, I think, the year the school was built, and the parking lot was there in 1955. So they've been using that lot for quite some time. The school board approached us about just formalizing the use of that road allowance and addressing things like winter maintenance, just kind of general maintenance of it's a gravel surface currently, installation of some signage to users of the parking lot kind of aware who's responsible for it in terms of maintenance and any issues, of course, insurance, indemnification provisions. So all that's been captured in the agreement. The school board is indicated that they indicated their acceptance of the terms of the agreement, and the township staff are as well. We've run it by legal counsel at SV Law, and they're satisfactory with or satisfied with the agreement as well. So it's attached. There's a schedule that shows the limits of the area that would be what the agreement would cover. And I think with that, I'll turn it over to council for questions.
That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a parking agreement between the Township of Centre Wellington Upper Grand District School Board for the use of a portion of the Robert Street unopened road allowance for parking lot at the Salem Public School. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder, Councillor Craddock. Questions, comments? Yes.
The comment through here that I like to see us working with our community partners like school boards.
Thank you for that nice comment. Okay, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you. Okay, item 11.7, housing needs assessment. Welcome, Adam.
Yes, thanks again, Mayor Waters. And through you, this report is being brought forward seeking an in-year budget top-up of $5,000 to support a scope expansion of the housing needs assessment study. And this is to include a public engagement component. As a result of additional information being released, it was determined that a public consultation was a requirement for the housing needs assessment study, which is due in March of 2025. And this is to ensure uninterrupted funding from the Canada Community Building Fund. As we have grown in size as a municipality, now over a population of $30,000, a housing needs assessment is a requirement for ongoing funding through CCBF. So when we initially brought this forward in terms of engaging a consulting firm to help with the housing needs assessment, it wasn't certain at that time that this was going to be a requirement in terms of the public consultation process. So we have engaged Watson and Associates Economists Limited, leveraging some of the housing needs assessment or the land needs assessment activities that are already being conducted within the municipality. And we're leveraging that relationship and have retained them to conduct the housing needs assessment study. They've indicated they have the expertise and capacity to include the public engagement as part of their program. And I'm happy to field any questions the council may have.
Thank you, Adam, for that. Okay, comments, questions from council. Okay. Well, let's just move right into the recommendation that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington endorse an in-year budget top-up of $5,000 to support the scope expansion of a housing needs assessment study to include public engagement component. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconder on that. Councillor McDonald, any comments, any further comments or questions? No? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? So moved. Item 11.8. Amendment to accepting acceptable financial institution for letter of credit.
I'd like to make a motion to defer this. I've actually spoken with Adam. I thought it might be appropriate to have his comments here on this change written in a formal policy to be approved by council. So a motion to defer would allow that staff to come back with that.
Yeah, just a quick comment, perhaps. While I have no issue bringing a formal policy back detailing kind of the rationale and what some of the acceptable uses and the terms of the acceptable uses might be, at a future meeting of council, we have operated within the acceptable listing of financial institutions for some time and have made an amendment not that long ago to the acceptable list. So with some seeking a little bit of latitude, perhaps, in the sense that we authorize me to make this determination on an interim basis with the understanding that I will bring a policy forward within, a month's time.
Everybody cool that way? I like Adam's radio voice more than mine. Anyways, so, okay. So would you move to...
I will move that motion to defer, yes.
That's actually what Adam wants. No.
I thought you wanted approval with initially.
Yeah, I would just perhaps move to amend the resolution to
request that staff bring a policy at a future meeting of council to support any additional changes to the acceptable list.
What he said.
Okay.
Do you have anything further?
Just to clarify, I think what Adam's referring to is pass the existing resolution and then add that piece to the back end of it so that he can temporarily make changes until the policy's in place, if that's okay.
Okay, well, I have the Council of the Township of Center Wellington endorse the proposed amendment to the list of financial institutions from which letters of credit will be accepted, and further that staff bring forward a formal policy to a future council meeting.
I'm nodding. Is that okay? That the Council of Township of Center Wellington endorse the proposed, thank you, proposed amendment to the list of financial institutions from which letters of credit will be accepted, and further that staff bring forward a formal policy to a future council meeting. So it was moved by Council Adams. Do we have a seconder on that? Council McDonald. Any further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? So moved. Thank you. Okay, when do you think this thing was done? We're going to end it off with a bang. Okay, so.
You've got nothing else to do tonight, right?
Casey.
Appears like the name a lot. All right, I guess we're back here. So at the September 16th council meeting, we agreed to defer the decision or the consideration of the report regarding the tourism washroom project revision to give staff an opportunity to provide additional information and respond to the questions that were raised at that meeting. So it was a busy week shortly thereafter the last one. So this is our recommendation that council directs staff to proceed with the tourism washroom project as originally designed, without the installation of Molox as presented to council on May 27th, 2024. That's actually the wrong date, so we'll just ignore that. It's September 16th, which I have written down. And council to direct staff to work with the Elora and Fergus BIA and discuss downtown garbage with Wellington County Solid Waste for possible solutions. So immediately following our last council meeting here, we met the next night at the BIA. Pat and I attended the BIA monthly meeting. It was attended by many different representatives from around the Elora BIA, and was a very good meeting. We did the same presentation that we showed council the previous night and opened up conversation with questions and concerns from that. The following night, we had a meeting with the project owner, Kat Florence, and just to bring them up to speed on kind of where the deferral went and how things were moving forward, which was good conversations. Stemming out of all of these meetings were obviously great conversations, new ideas, and many different avenues that we could explore. I also met with the owner of the Cargo Gallery via phone, who was a delegation the night of our presentation. So I had a good conversation with him to follow up from our meeting that we had here. So it was a great opportunity to talk to everyone and get in front of, obviously not in this setting, but in a different setting. Recommendations that came out, many people support the concept of the Moloch and how it replaces and what it brings. So that was good conversations. They do add good value, and everyone was in agreement to that. The one recommendation was obviously staff consider a pilot project. So it was on a township property. So we're going back and looking at other township properties on where potentially, and I think we brought this up at the council meeting, of where else can we look around town to help rectify this issue. There's a lot of brainstorming of other options to try to rectify the issue in terms of different pickup times, alternate locations, and many other different, right up to the potential of an app that can tell you when your garbage needs changed. So many different things were brainstormed and came out with good conversation. And that kind of stems into alternate pickup options for the current situation. And then we were asked as the township to evaluate property locations where other Molochs could be placed, not just as a pilot project, but for future endeavors as well. So the recommendation that came from the BIA that night that we attended their meeting was for us as the township to look into alternate locations for the pilot project and not use the tourism washroom as the pilot project area. Other concerns that came up, again, were spillage. That came up multiple times. When there is spillage, if there is spillage, that would require staff time resources that we don't have assigned to this project. And the time of use, obviously, when they were and how was that going to interfere with everyone in the downtown area. The community concerns, again, about noise, Odor concerns, which we heard many times at the delegations there at council, that continued from many other people as well. And the focus of that area is the tourism hub, and people didn't want to bring garbage into that situation. So those are kind of some of the reasons that we took back to our staff and discussed, which were why we are proposing that we remove the Molochs from that site and continue with the previous already approved design and site plan that was brought to council back in May. That was the May 27th date that was on the first slide. I was jumping ahead. Just to bring everyone back to speed on what that design looked like. The washrooms were now located kind of where the Molochs were that we did propose. There would be a bigger green space, which would be more inviting and open to tourism. There are 6 trees in this diagram. I'm sure that's probably not going to fit, would have to be adjusted, but this was one of the original concepts that was approved. There's just another visual, a reminder, more space, better meeting area. And yeah, same building, just obviously in a different location. There are no windows at the back. That was an architectural thing, that we can't have windows to the adjacent property. So just another visual. This is what would be coming from the cargo gallery area and what they would see. That's the laneway that's currently there. That's Township Laneway. So in conclusion, the downtown garbage solutions require strategic and comprehensive approach with all parties involved. Council needs to provide a direction to authorize staff resources towards this project. Work would continue as part of the 2025 business plan for the township. So obviously, like mentioned earlier, it would involve the township, the BIAs, as well as the county to try to come up with new ideas on how can we rectify the downtown garbage issue. And if everyone's in approval of this, the next step is for us to touch base with MSS Architects and finalize that site plan, complete the building construction drawings, which are close to completion. We kind of put them on hold for a couple weeks here now. And then the building permit application, and we'd construct hopefully beginning of January. I think that's all I have today. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer some.
What's for breakfast, Casey?
John, 7 a.m.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
sounds good.
Okay, so, okay. Comments, questions for Casey? Councillor Wilton.
Quick question, but will there be promotional signage on the building at all? Because I know the Washerman Forfar Park has quite a significant, I think it's Van Gerthy's Realtors.
No, the donor has not asked for promotional signage such as that. We will have a digital sign, which will be more tourism based and advertising for our programs and stuff like that.
Councillor Evelyn.
Through you. Thanks for all the work on this. I was under the impression Molochs didn't stink. In fact, I did a fair bit of research and it all indicated they didn't. So I was surprised to hear how this unfolded. Sorry, I'm running out of voice. So are you saying that the donors, so when they were doing it in their, call it their washroom for this discussion, in the washroom they were donating, that made sense that they would add to that. So they're willing to have a discussion about putting one in a whole nother space now and paying for that as well?
The donor has committed to try to help with this problem as much as they are able and willing to. It was a recommendation from us that brought this Moloch idea to him, or them, sorry, and they were open to support that. And obviously with this change in direction, they are definitely still happily to be involved with the remediation and rectifying this garbage issue downtown.
Thank you. And as a quick follow-up, I know that we had some discussion about this in Fergus about a year ago. I remember this conversation came up, which is where I had done the original investigation around the smell. So I look forward to us looking at Fergus as well, recognizing
that will definitely be part of the conversation. I think that's a great step for us, is obviously not just focus on one area. It should involve both, because it's an issue in both areas is equal. So
thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, through you. Just when you're doing the garbage collection conversation with Wellington County Solid Waste, is there also going to be discussion about recycle? Because we know that that's going to become an issue for the businesses in the downtown cores as well. And if we can start, I don't know, looking at more environmental solutions for organic waste and working with different innovation out of Guelph maybe, and different things like that, that we can open up the channels of communication for the businesses and the BIAs as well, so that we can kind of step forward environmentally, so that we can curb our garbage situation and be more proactive instead of reactive with it.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why we are removing that and going to look at the bigger picture in all of this. I have had conversations with the county waste as well. There are changes, which was brought up at the last thing. So we're still unsure of what exactly those are, whether it's recycling, garbage pickup, but there are changes coming down from that level. And that conversation about what other options in organic. I know it has been brought up in the downtown restaurant core. They have struggled with it and it was contaminated all the time. So we have started that conversation and we'll continue to kind of look at everything as well as recycling, garbage, and organics.
Any other comments, questions? Oh, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Waters, do you know solid waste? Like, for instance, someone who has a lot of boxes, and I know county met last week and there's going to be a $10 imposed minimum at our transfer stations, but boxes will still be free. Like you're recycling, you're just dropping those off. And I know electronics too. So that won't be, so maybe it will encourage those to take them to the transfer site if they can. But yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and we are looking at other options to potentially put elsewhere where materials such as recycling, boxes per se, are easier to transport to an offsite area that they could potentially drop off. So we are having that conversation as well.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Pat, we're out of time.
All I wanted to point out was that, we're going to be a partner in all of this if council allocates our time and resources to do this. It's not, there's Wellington County Solid Waste Department. They're going to be a big player in this. The BIAs, this is private garbage that have a lot of downtown. So we're not here to say we're going to find all the solutions. I don't want anyone to have an expectation that this township is going to necessarily come back and say, here's how we've solved everything. But I guess what we're asking is for council to consider making this a business decision for 2025, part of our plan, and we can work along with these partners to see how we can help everybody find a solution.
Okay. Now I'm going to read the recommendation. That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington direct staff to proceed with the Tourism Washroom project as originally designed without installation of Molochs as presented in Council Report CS 2024-20, and that Council of Township of Centre Wellington direct staff to work with the Elora and Fergus BIAs and discuss downtown garbage with Wellington County Solid Waste Department for possible solutions and participation. Okay, do I have a mover for that? Councillor Evor, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you. Thank you, Casey. We'll see you at breakfast. Okay. Okay, now we're down to my favorite part, bylaws. I see press starting to move out. Thank you very much for staying. So, but it's not done yet. Okay, bylaws. Bylaws 2024-54, a bylaw to appoint municipal law enforcement officers and property standard officers, to repeal bylaw 2022-03, a bylaw 2024-55, a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a parking agreement between the Corporation and Township of Centre Wellington and the Upper Grand District School Board, Salem School. Next, 2024-56, a bylaw to adopt amendment number 16, the official plan for Township of Centre Wellington, 22 Park Road, Elora. Next, 2024-57, a bylaw to amend the Township of Centre Wellington zoning bylaw 2009-045 as amended to change the zoning from certain lands from M1 to C2, 22 Park Road, Elora. Next, 2024-58, a bylaw to establish an asset retirement obligation policy. Okay, so there's a recommendation that bylaws 2020-54 through 2024-58 be read a first, second, and third time and passed, signed by the mayor and clerk. and the corporate seal affixed. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McDonald. Seconder on that? Councillor Jefferson. Any further? Any more comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Okay, notice of motions?
No.
Motions where notice have been given?
None.
Confirmatory bylaw. A bylaw to confirm the action of council recommendation that bylaws 2024-59 to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held September 30th, 2004 be introduced the first, second, and third time and passed in open council. Mover for that? Councillor McDonald. Seconder on that? Councillor Wilton. All those in favor? So moved. Okay, mover for adjournment. Councillor Adams. Second, Councillor Craddock. All those in favor? So moved. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening.